Ollie Gordon. The run game doesn't really get going. They got quarterback problems. All of a sudden, they're 0-9 in the league. So you can go from the penthouse to the outhouse just as quickly as you can go from the outhouse to the penthouse.
And you look at a team like Kansas, who came in with a lot of expectations a year ago. Jalen Daniels is back at quarterback again, the year of the quarterback. Really, any of these teams can come in and compete on a big stage. As for the coaches that are going to be talking for the next couple of days, we're going 8-8. So this is the 8 that are going to be talking today. Matt Campbell, Iowa State. Chris Kleiman, Kansas State. Scott Satterfield, year 3 at Cincinnati. Joey McGuire at Texas Tech, a trendy pick to click this year. Dave Aranda, Baylor in a good spot. Kalani Sitake and BYU, always solid. Welcome back, Scott Frost. He'll join us up here on the set. And Kenny Dillingham, the pole position today with Arizona State winning the conference title a year ago. So that's the coach's schedule. As for the players, so many stars here in Frisco, and that includes our Katie George, who will be with the players this afternoon. Hi, Katie.
Hi, Matt. Good morning. You know, players from respective schools got to the Star early. They've been making their rounds through Radio Row as well as visiting with local TV. And as you guys chat with the head coaches throughout the day, we will also have a slew of players stopping by this set as well as Greg's set to do 4 quarterback breakdowns, which will be so much fun to see. We'll start the day visiting with BYU running back L.J. Martin and wide receiver Chase Roberts. USCF's Miles Montgomery will stop by next. Then we'll chat with one of the 2 preseason Big 12 Player of the Year selections in Texas Tech's Jacob Rodriguez. The Bearcats will follow, and then Greg will sit down with Kansas State's Avery Johnson, Baylor's Sawyer Robertson, ASU's Sam Levitt, and Iowa State's Rocco Beck. As you see, there's a trend here. A lot of quarterback talent in the Big 12, while I'm obviously very excited to sit down with ASU's Jordan Tyson after what was an incredible run in the Big 12 title and then obviously the college football playoff, Matt.
Yeah, Katie, looking forward to that. Looking forward to the quarterback breakdowns with you as well. But as is the case in the tradition at Conference Media Days, the conference commissioner gets things started as we toss to the stage. And Brett Yormark in his State of the Conference address.
Mystic. Our hearts go out to the victims, their families, and everyone affected. We are keeping the entire community in our thoughts. I'd like to just pause for a moment. Thank you. It's great to have our 2025 Football Media Days powered by Microsoft Copilot back in Texas. I want to thank the Dallas Cowboys and the Jones family for hosting us in this remarkable venue. I'd like to thank every member of the media for being here and for your continued coverage of our conference. There's been plenty to write about over the last year, and I believe your coverage has remained fair, balanced, and thoughtful. I'd also like to thank our media, commercial, and bowl partners that are here with us today. 6 weeks from now, the Big 12 will kick off its 30th football season in Dublin, Ireland. This will be a historic moment for Iowa State, K-State, and the entire Big 12. And we look forward to returning next year when TCU hosts North Carolina. All eyes will be on our league, both at home and around the globe. But before we talk about where we're going, let's take a moment to look back. The Big 12 will always be ambitious, because that's who we are.
The king's back in the throne's mind. The future's here and it's my time.
It's Big View kickoff.
Yeah, guy, I'm back in business.
The wildly entertaining and unpredictable Big 12 has a champion at Arizona State, the Big 12 champions. Oh, what a superhuman skill of the Heisman now.
The Heisman goes to Travis Hunter.
Touchdown TCU. Keeps it. The Cyclones seal the deal. Jenkins scoring. Oh my God. They are in the college football playoff. Looking for Scatterboot. He gets up. Scatterboot's going to try to throw it. And it is caught. And into the end zone goes McClain.
It's Big 12 soccer here at CPKC Stadium.
Came to play, we feel the heat. Break the chains and turn them loose. I'm bringing fire.
Big 12 tournament champions. The dream remains. Texas Tech has done it. They're down. Omaha bound.
We feel the heat. Now it's time to turn them loose.
Welcome to Inside the 12's Big 12 Football Schedule Reveal Show. second pick, the Jacksonville Jaguars select Travis Hunter.
With the 8th pick, the Carolina Panthers select Teteroa McMillan.
Just like 1994. It is caught. What a catch. Intercepted. And there's the finishing touch. The blitz, and he got him. Whoa. He got level. Dangerous all the way for 6.
Now it's time to turn loose.
As you just saw, it was a remarkable year for the Big 12, on and off the field. It marked our first season as a 16-team league spanning 10 states, 4 time zones, and it exceeded even our highest expectations. Each of our 16 institutions contributed immense value to the conference. Arizona State earned its way into the CFP and played in a thrilling Peach Bowl. Colorado produced a Heisman Trophy winner. 31 Big 12 athletes were selected in the 2025 NFL Draft, which matched the conference's highest total since 2005. Beyond football, BYU brought home 2 national championships in cross country. Houston men's basketball made a dramatic run to the NCAA National Championship game. TCU reached the Elite 8 in women's basketball, while their beach volleyball team won the national championship. Utah made it to the gymnastics finals and won a championship in skiing, while Oklahoma State captured a national title in golf. As the year came to a close, Texas Tech softball captivated the sports world with a run to the national championship, while Arizona advanced to the Men's College World Series. To put a bow on the year, I'm excited to announce the winner of the first ever Commissioner's Cup, an award created to honor the Big 12 program that excelled both academically and athletically throughout the year. This year's winner, Arizona State. Congratulations to President Crow, Graham Rossini, and the entire Sun Devils community. I also want to recognize the recipients of the 3rd annual Bob Bowlesby Award, given to student athletes who exemplify leadership and achievement both on and off the field. This year's honorees are Travis Hunter from Colorado and Megan Hunter from BYU Track and Field. A huge congratulations to both of you. While it was a great year on the field, it was equally impressive off it. We launched 2 branded media platforms, our linear channel, Big 12 Studios, and Big 12 Radio on TuneIn. These platforms have provided the Big 12 with year-round storytelling and has enabled us to promote Big 12 student athletes of all sports. Earlier this year, we announced that TNT will be joining the Big 12 family as they will broadcast both football and basketball starting this fall. Their digital platform, Bleacher Report, will also be heavily involved in promoting our league. Our social media following grew by more than 200,000 this year, solidifying our place as the 2nd most followed conference on Twitter and Instagram. Our commercial business continues to grow rapidly, as evidenced by our recent announcements with PayPal and Microsoft. And I do anticipate there will be more announcements like this in the very near future. Looking ahead, our focus remains on thriving in this new era of college athletics. Strengthening our football product remains essential. We are committed to continued investment and growth. Every school in our league has committed to providing the highest level of benefits to our student athletes. And once again, I believe we will be the deepest football conference in America. No league offers the competitive balance that we do. Last season, the Big 12 led the nation in 4th quarter lead changes and go-ahead scores in the final minute of conference games. And this year, our star power, especially at quarterback, will be on full display. The Big 12 returns 9 starting quarterbacks who threw for over 2,400 yards last season. The rest of the Power 4 combined, just 11. We also boast one of the nation's top coaching lineups, from Hall of Famers to rising stars. I fully expect the Big 12 to earn multiple college football playoff bids this year, and to show once again that we can compete with anyone. Speaking of the CFP, we continue to believe the 5-11 model proposed by the Big 12 and the ACC is the right playoff format for college football. We want to earn it on the field. We do not need a professional model because we are not the NFL. We are college football, and we must act like it. There is nothing in sports like college football, and we must protect what makes it special and do what's right for the fans and the game. Beyond football, growing our commercial business remains a top priority for our conference. We continue to lead as a conference of innovation, pushing boundaries, and creating new opportunities. Our PayPal partnership is a perfect example of how we're leveraging the full scale of a 16-team league. This requires great collaboration with our schools and their MMR partners. We have strengthened our business and brand infrastructure to ensure we can execute at the highest levels while supporting our schools more effectively. Last week, we announced a new leadership structure featuring Chief Brand and Business Officer Tyrell Kirkham and COO and GC Jessica Presnell, who will play a key role in this effort. We've also consolidated all of our business verticals under Big 12 enterprises to create a more seamless approach for the marketplace. This restructuring positions us for long-term success in the evolving college athletics landscape. From a brand perspective, the Big 12 profile is as strong as it's ever been. We truly have become a national conference, and our narrative has extended beyond the sports page. This year, you'll see us double down in that effort, including exploring documentaries and storytelling opportunities, new ventures in licensing and collectibles, a continuation of our partnership with WWE, and a new partnership that will give every Big 12 student athlete their own custom app, completely free, to help build their personal brand. Establishing and maintaining our position within the Power 4 also remains a key priority for us. And frankly, I feel better about our position than ever before. I will continue to collaborate with my commissioner colleagues on a new governance model that will provide the Power 4 with more autonomy and influence around decision-making in key areas. We anticipate this being done sometime in August. We will also advance our work with the College Sports Commission and CEO Brian Seeley. One of the primary goals of CSC is to change the market from pay-for-play to a market of true third-party NIL. The CSC's enforcement of punitive measures towards those who break the rules will change behavior in college athletics. It is crucial that CSC leadership, my Power 4 colleagues, and I continue to spend the time necessary to guide and partner with our schools into this new age of college athletics. Alongside the CSC, we will still need congressional help, and we continue to work towards that. This is a defining moment for all of us, and one that we need to take full advantage of. There has never been a better time to be part of the Big 12 than right now. Our football product will compete at the highest levels. We've been the best conference in men's basketball over the last 10 years, and we are doubling down on women's basketball and Olympic sports. We have a board and AD room that is unified with a clear vision for the future. We are in a period of changing growth for our industry. But as we enter into this new era, I can promise one thing. The Big 12 remains open for business. We will continue to reside at the intersection of sport, culture, and business. We truly are a different league. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Commissioner. We will start by opening up with questions. First question, Brett Murphy, newly minted On3 reporter.
How you doing, Brett?
It's good to see you, my friend.
You too. This is your 3rd anniversary as Commissioner of the Big 12. Happy anniversary.
Thank you. Thank you.
How would you evaluate the improvement and changes of the league since you first arrived?
Great question, and thank you for that, and I'm going to give that answer in a moment. I'd be remiss if I didn't wish my son a happy birthday on his 21st, which is today. I know he's watching, so Drake, I love being your dad. So Brett, to your question, I'm thrilled with where the Big 12 is right now. You know, 3 years ago, I didn't walk on the stage, I sat on the stage, which was a little uncomfortable for me. And I said I wanted to modernize this conference. I wanted to be more contemporary. I wanted to get on the consciousness of future student athletes. I wanted to create a foundation that would enable us to succeed. I wanted to be a national conference. I wanted to double down with ESPN and Fox. We've done all of that and more. I love the trajectory of this conference. I love where we're going. Our schools are making incredible investments in infrastructure, performance, and student athletes. It's everything I could have wished for when I took this job 3 years ago, but I will tell you, we're just getting started. This conference is today not the best version of itself, but we will be sooner than later. And as I said earlier, we have a unified board, an incredible group of ADs. We share in the vision for this conference, and I'm excited about our future. But thank you for the question.
Gentleman in the, is that a tan blazer, I believe?
Yeah, I'll call it that. I think that's about
Great.
right.
I like that tan blazer.
Well, thank you.
Okay.
Brett, I'm wondering, what could good attendance and a successful kickoff game in Ireland this August mean for future Big 12 international expansion? And I'm Ben Hutchins with the Quad City Times.
Yeah, great question. Listen, I've been on the record to say that I want this conference to be a global conference. I think we can win globally, big time. Playing in Ireland, obviously, is that first step. We'll return there next year, as I said in my opening comments. There's a good chance we'll be in Mexico City next spring for baseball. Baylor's kicking off, the women are, the basketball season in Paris this year. And we're having conversations with other countries throughout the world that are very interested in bringing the Big 12 to their marketplace. So I think the game in Ireland is an impetus, if you will, for future global expansion, and I'm all in on it. I think it's critically important, for our conference. Thank you for your question.
Great. We'll go to Big 12 legend Barry Trammell.
Barry, it is great to see you. You asked me, I think, my first question 3 years ago, if I'm not mistaken.
I can't remember.
Do you remember that?
I do not remember that at all.
Yeah, I think it was about the TV deal, or maybe it was about Oklahoma and Texas. I don't know what it was. But
it was some nonsense.
Yeah, it was some nonsense. You're right. But go ahead, my friend. Good to see you.
You mentioned the Big 12 support for 511 model. Last season, the committee didn't show much respect to the Big 12 in its final rankings. Is there a tightrope you have to walk when you're trying to decide whether to support the 511 or the automatic qualifiers? Getting two automatics might be enticing after the respect that the committee failed to show you.
I have a lot of faith in the selection process. I was recently in North Carolina. We had a CFP meeting that was hosted by the executive director, Richard Clark, who is here today. Welcome, Richard. They are doing a full audit of the selection process to figure out how they can modernize and contemporize and how they use data. And how certain metrics can be more heavily weighted. Most importantly, they have a great leader, Mack Rhoades of Baylor. And I have a lot of faith in Mac Rhodes and the work he's doing with the selection committee. So I have a lot of faith in what they're doing. And 5-11 is fair. We want to earn it on the field. It might not be the best solution today for the Big 12, given your comments about AQs. But long term, knowing the progress we're making, the investments we're making, it's the right format for us. And I'm doubling down today on 5-11. And I know Jim Phillips will, and I'm sure some of the other conference commissioners will as well.
Go ahead.
Tyler Budge, CF Budge, kind of pick.
Tyler, how you doing today?
I'm doing great, Brett. How are you?
Is this your first media day?
It's not. It's like 4 or 5 at this point.
Okay, good to see you.
Thank you. Kind of in the same vein with the 5-11 model, it's been talked about how some of the criteria for the committee might change with the adoption of that model, at the promise of factoring in strength of schedule more heavily. I know you just touched on it a little bit, but talking about those factors changing and the criteria changing, how does that factor into your support of that model?
Listen, I'm going to defer to Richard Clark. He's here today, but I think as you look at how things are weighted, the different metrics, strength of schedule matters. And there's some new metrics that are going to be brought into the puzzle, I think, as well, to complement what's already there. So again, I'm confident we'll get to the right place, and ultimately I'm confident we'll go to 5-11.
Great. We'll go to Melissa. While we wait for the mic, everyone should know Melissa, who's about to ask this question, was my 7th grade basketball coach.
Where's Melissa?
Make sure you show her the love. And I also was team MVP. Not that anyone asked, but.
I don't know if we need to verify the team MVP thing, Clark, but I'm going to let you have it.
Melissa,
still send my box score.
Melissa, was he any good?
Listen, Clark was the best player on a very middle school basketball team. That's
what I do best. Best out of mid.
So you're saying he was an outlier on a team that wasn't that good?
You know what? I like the way that you phrased that. That's why you're up there and I'm down here, right?
Okay. All right. Clark, congratulations. Okay.
I feel like we've derailed this whole thing, but it actually segues nicely into my question. So thank you, Clark. Melissa Treebwasser with Frogs Insider.
Nice to see you.
You mentioned doubling down on women's basketball in the Olympic sports in an era of rev share where I would say every fan base wants every dollar thrown to football. What is that practically going to look like in this conference?
I can't speak for our schools because obviously they determine how they want to slice the pie, if you will. But I can tell you in conversations, women's basketball matters. And it matters to our conference. We want more linear exposure for our games, which we're working on. And, you know, from a conference perspective, we're looking to elevate and amplify women's basketball in all the right ways. Candidly, last year I went to more women's basketball than I did men's basketball. I've become a big fan. So we're going to work to double down, as I mentioned in my comments, and I'm excited about where we're going. Thank you for your question.
Next question.
How you doing, Brett?
How you doing?
I'm Jared Ramirez with RedRaidersports.com.
Red Raider, did you say?
Red Raider Sports, yes, sir.
Okay, and is this your first media day or not?
That's my second one.
Second. How do you like the setup versus Vegas?
I wasn't in Vegas last year. I went to Arlington the year before that.
But what do you think about it here?
It's pretty nice.
You like it?
Yes, sir.
It feels big?
Yeah, I'd say so.
Okay, good.
I like
Thank
it,
you.
yes.
Awesome.
The stage is nice.
The stage is nice?
Yes.
Great.
You've put a big emphasis on expanding the conference's brand nationally and globally, like with the partnership with the WWE. Have you seen that partnership impact the conference, and do you have any more details on like future plans with the WWE?
We're going to make an announcement when, Tyrell? Tomorrow. So I can't give it to you today, but we're making an announcement regarding WWE. We're going to double down with them. I can tell you that when we do collaborative activations, the engagement on social media is the highest we experience from a conference perspective. They are a terrific partner. They've been with us since day one. They continue to grow with us, and we'll have an announcement tomorrow that will answer your question. But be rest assured they're part of our plans today and moving forward. Thank you.
Go to Mitch Harper with KSL.
Yeah, Brett, right over here.
Oh, good. Now, Harper. You've been here a couple of years.
You know me. I'm always here.
How are you today?
Doing great, Brett. Mitch Harper, KSL Sports in Salt Lake. I'm curious, you mentioned that you believe this is the deepest football conference in America. How critical is it, though, for your league to have one or two brands that emerge annually as playoff contenders in your viewpoint?
Critical. I like how you stated that. You know, I think parity matters, and I think ultimately over time, and it's hopefully sooner than later, there'll be a couple of our schools that will emerge, you know, as elite schools that are always part of the conversations at the highest levels, and that's what we're working towards. But it starts with parity and being competitive top to bottom, and I think we're there. And I think we're the best in the conference, or in the country, when you think about how deep we are, top to bottom. But I do believe that long term, you need certain schools to emerge to the top, and I think we're getting there. But great question. Thank you.
Any other questions? Okay, thank you again.
Oh, you got one more.
You have one more. This will be the last one.
Right here, Commissioner. Hello.
Nice
Max Peta, Walter Cronkite Sports Network.
Is this your first?
This is my first media day.
What do you think?
It looks great. Absolutely great.
Have you experienced any other conference media day?
I've watched them on TV, so.
Okay.
Yeah.
Well, welcome.
Yeah, thank you, Commissioner. My question, the coaches and athletic directors made the decision to forego the preseason media poll. Obviously, it's no secret Arizona State was picked to finish dead last. Is this a trend that we're going to see across the rest of the sports, including basketball and others? How involved were you in that decision? And do you feel like that this is maybe a positive trend, that foregoing preseason media polls is the best for the sport?
Well, it was the coaches poll for our conference, and I think it disadvantaged Arizona State last year. They were picked 16th, and I think that hurt them. And Scott Draber, our chief competition officer, and I discussed this. I think there's no value. And I also feel that with the transfer portal and with roster management and what goes on, you know, as you build that roster, no one knows what they really have. They know what they have on paper, but it hasn't played out. And that was the case with Arizona State last year. So I don't know if it's a trend or not, but certainly it's the right thing for the Big 12, and I'm glad we did it. But thank you for your question.
I'll just add on to that real quick as our department kind of runs the media portion of that. It is not indicative of a future trend in any other sports. This is solely a football decision. Obviously, any future sport decisions will be unrelated to this one. Now we do have one last question. I apologize.
Where's that?
Hi, Commissioner.
Hey, how are you?
Good. Joe Londrigan with Latavius Murray's Knights 247. Regarding the media poll that the last gentleman just asked about, sorry about the feedback, but I guess is cutting back on that a way to eliminate any misperceptions of teams that are in the running for the college football playoff as well?
Well, I mean, I guess collectively, you know, that could be some rationale, but for me and for the conference, we don't want to disadvantage any of our schools, because again, with roster management and the transfer portal, no one knows really what they have until they take the field, and I think it was the right decision for us, and I'm happy we made it. But thank you again for your question.
Okay, great. Thank you, everyone, for being here, and we really appreciate it. Next coach will go in about 10 minutes up on stage, and looking forward to spending time with y'all. Thanks.
Thank you.
So plenty to discuss from Brett Yormark in his remarks to open up Big 12 Media Days here in Frisco, Texas. By the way, a little-known pet peeve of mine, preseason polls of any kind, but that's neither here nor there. Because Matt Campbell, head coach Iowa State, is waiting to come talk with us as he gets set. Cyclones would be one of the favorites coming into this upcoming season. We'll have Matt Campbell, plus much more coming up live from Frisco, Texas. What a season it was for the Iowa State Cyclones a year ago. Headed to the Big 12 championship game against Arizona State. Tied for first in the Big 12. They won the Pop-Tarts Bowl against Miami. It was an exciting game. And most wins in a single season in program history. That is to credit to their head coach, Matt Campbell, joining us now here on stage. And Coach, I can't believe I'm saying you've been there now for 10 years. It's been a decade in Ames for you. I mean, where's the time gone? And as we sit here now embarking on your 10th season, how would you characterize everything from day one to now?
Yeah, it's been a crazy journey. You know, I can't even fathom that we're already sitting at year 10 being at Iowa State, but it's been incredible, you know, to be able to build a program that in my mind stands for something and to be able to do it with such great people, you know, such a great coaching staff and the continuity that we've had there, the amazing players that have come through our program that have kind of drawn a line in the stand to demand that Iowa State football, you know, get to where it is right now.
Sure.
And you're just really grateful to be around such great people and really appreciative to build something that stands for something.
You know, and I like that you use the term build, because that's exactly what it's been. You had a couple of years where you were up, you had a couple of years you were down, and now you've got it back to a level where you're going to compete for a conference championship year in and year out. For you, at this stage of where college football is, what is the biggest challenge to build and maintain with what you have there?
Yeah, you know, I think probably for us, we've tried to double down on our culture, you know, and I know it can be challenging right now in college athletics to build culture, but I still think when, man, you have continuity, when you haven't flinched from what you've stood for, that there's young people and families that are looking for what Iowa State football is about. Mm-hmm. And to be able to build with our kind of guys and to be able to have the people that serve our young men in our program and to have the credit of, you know, building some terrific football players, not just that are playing in the NFL, but young men that are being great fathers, great husbands, man, running their own businesses and organizations. Yeah. You're really proud of that. And so, you know, yes, the environment is changing around us, but I don't think the value system that's built our football program has changed at all within our walls.
It's kind of amazing. The Iowa State that we grew up with, you had Seneca Wallace in some incredible years, but it was kind of like, all right, they'd rally up and then they'd come back to earth. Then they'd rally up, come back to earth. And now with the constant expectations that Matt just referenced, you almost feel forced to go to the portal every once in a while when you have some obvious needs. But yet culture still remains at the forefront. How do you define what guys you want to go after, knowing that you need those players, but you don't want to sacrifice what the program has kind of stood for the last decade?
Yeah, you know, it's a great question, and I think the biggest thing is we've always identified in our program who fits, and probably the value of being at one place for 10 years, and an offensive system that's, man, we've tweaked it at times, but really has had the same values, and the defensive system that's had the same values. We really know what fits in our football program, what can grow, and no matter how we add a young man into our football program, the value of character, man, how does this guy fit in our walls? Will this guy work through hard, knowing that no matter what, we're going to have to go up the rough side of the mountain at Iowa State to be successful? You know, two, you got to love football. You know, there's not a whole lot to do in Ames, Iowa. Like, I'm not going to, you know, shy away from it. The reality of it is guys that love football love our place because you can train to become your best. And I think the facilities, what we put around our student-athlete experience has made it really special to become your best. And so I think guys that love football, the guys that are really passionate about the sport that fit our place, and still understanding the value of academics, guys that understand, like, yeah, I know we're in a different time, but guys that have thrived. I mean, Charlie Kolar was a 3.99 in mechanical engineering. Brock Purdy's a 3.6 in our business school. David Montgomery just came back to graduate and get his business degree from Iowa State. Our best players have stood for what's right in the classroom. And so, to me, we've been able to put the tools and resources around the right kids that fit who we are, that it's kind of almost made it easier to identify what fits in our program and not shy away from those value systems when we're trying to bring in the right guys, no matter how we're bringing those guys in our program.
Coach, kickoff is right around the corner, and especially for you guys playing in the opening game of the college football season. Commissioner Yormark just mentioned he wants the Big 12 to be a global conference. You guys are kicking off against Kansas State in Dublin, Ireland. Talk about some of the excitement that comes along with playing in that game, but also some of the challenges.
Yeah, you know, I think starting with the excitement aspect of it, I think there's just a great sense of honor that, our program's at this point where we get to play in a game like this. You get to kick off college football, and you get the opportunity to do it in an iconic stadium. Obviously, there's been some great games the last couple couple of years in this kickoff game, and then you talk about playing one of the biggest rivals that you have, and a great Kansas State program. Yeah, we've got the utmost respect for them and obviously what they've stood for, but you get to that opportunity and that challenge. And so as I've told our kids, what comes with great challenge is sometimes great opportunity. And when you get the opportunity to play this game, we really look forward to it. I think the uniqueness of it is I don't know if anybody's proven that they can handle this game, right? I think if you look at the teams that have played early in the season in this game, what they've done after the game, win or lose, there's been a great challenge. And so we've really tried to put the time and effort to make sure not only for that game, but post that game, man, we're ready to be the best we can be. Now, I just watched the Philadelphia Eagles go and play a 12-hour flight last year and come back and win a Super Bowl. So, it's been done, but we're going to have to do it the hard way, and we're going to have to do it with great mental toughness and great physical toughness every step of the way.
It's a good point too, because the preseason, as you know, and you guys know, builds up to that opening game. It's what you do afterwards. And you have a unique situation flying overseas, playing a different time zone, but it's going to be fun to watch. By the way, that one on ESPN opening weekend. Cannot wait for that. But when you look at your team now, Rocco Beck's going to be one of those players that seems like he's been in college football for a decade because he started since day one. Now that he's a veteran, what has he brought to your team and your program?
Well, I think what I love about Rocco so much, and the quarterback is so critical to this, is he's got to stand for what's right. And when you watch Rocco, every single player and every single coach in our football program believe in him. And I think that belief really comes from how he carries himself every single day in our facility, his work ethic, how he handles himself. We have this saying, are you trying to be somebody or are you trying to do something in your life? And what I love about Rocco from the day he's entered our campus is he's always been on a mission to try to do something. And how he handles his faith, how he handles his family. He's a really special human, and he's the same guy every day, and it's never been about Rocco, it's always been about the team. And to have a leader like that, that's the centerpiece of your locker room, boy, we're really grateful to lead with a young man like that.
Well, it's fun to watch him. There's very few guys in college football that when the ball is snapped every single time, he's got a plan. I mean, the ball's out, he knows where to go with it, he knows based on what the defense is doing, but when watching the tape to prepare for his segment a little later in the show, I couldn't help but pay a lot of attention to the wide receivers. I mean, you had some guys last year naturally, right? You could lose two incredible pieces from last year. You brought in a couple in the portal. You got some young guys I know you feel great about, but can't play quarterback by yourself. But with what Rocco has to work with, what is the passing attack going to look like this year?
Well, I do think one of the areas that cushions losing those two great receivers is we feel like we have one of the best tight end rooms in all of the country. You got Ben Bramer and Gabe Burkle, who are two of the best in college football, and to build around that group, our tailbacks are back, Abu Sama and Carson Hansen. Both those guys are elite catchers out of the backfield as well as runners. You got 5 starting offensive linemen back, so you've got great pieces to build around, and obviously we think really highly of our wide receiver room. Now that room's going to have to prove it early in the football season in the moments, and but I think to have some of those building blocks around Rocco, and you're 100% right, it can't all fall on his shoulders, but I think what I've loved about him is the time and effort he's put into all those young receivers from January to where we are right now. I think it shows his leadership, and he shows his ability to bring others with him, and I think you guys know this as great quarterbacks. The reality is greatness is your ability to bring others with you, and that's his special trait that he's always had, and he's showing it right now in our football program.
Coach, so much conversation about Rocco and the rest of the offense going into the season, and rightfully so, but John Haycock and his defense, what he's been doing there year in and year out since really day one 10 years ago. Talk about that defense a little bit. Obviously you guys lose some key pieces, but you also bring back some of the core unit. What should we expect out of your unit this year?
I think number one, our defense was almost pillaged last year with injuries, starting from game one through, really through the entirety of the season. And I don't know if I've ever been through as many injuries and challenges to one side of the football. And I think Coach Haycock's leadership and some of the leadership of the young men coming back off of injury, it was impressive. And to watch those guys lead and guide their football team last year was really impressive. And so I think what we're excited about is we gained some of those guys back, some of those guys that had to play because of injury. grew and stepped in and really played great football. And now the competition, really at all three levels, the D-line, the linebackers, and our safeties and our corners, it's as good as we've had it since we've been there. And I think a lot of it is because some of those young guys had to step up and play critical minutes for us last year in critical moments and really did a great job. And so it's created great competition this offseason, this spring, and will carry into fall camp for us.
You know, and I mean this with all due respect, you've built a blue-collar program, and some of those guys you just mentioned fit perfectly what you've built to names over the last 10 seasons. It's been fun to watch. Promise me you'll allow some proper time for a few pints in Ireland. Don't just go over there and play ball. Go get you a real pour when you're over there.
Yeah, that may be after the game. That may be after the game.
Matt Campbell, head coach, Iowa State. Coach, thank you so much for spending some time with us. Good luck this season. Continued health with everyone. When we come back, Kansas State, that opponent that's going to be kicking off the season against the Cyclones. Chris Kleiman, he'll join us on the other side. We are live from Big 12 Media Days in Frisco, Texas. We are back, Big 12 Media Days. We talk about these programs that year in and year out compete for the conference championship, and that includes Kansas State. Boy, were they something to watch last year. Avery Johnson, the talented quarterback, he is back. A lot of star power. So is Dylan Edwards. Perhaps nothing more exciting than Lincoln Cure, top 40 recruit, one of the biggest recruits in program history coming in. But Chris Kleiman has him rolling heading into year 7. He is joining us now here on set Big 12 Media Days. Coach, great seeing you.
It's great seeing you guys. It's hard to believe year 7.
You beat me to it. Year 7 with you in the Little Apple. When you look at what you've done from year 1 to now what you built coming into this season, where are you in your own eyes in terms of where your program is?
Well, the sustained success is what we tried to do, like Coach Snyder did for so long, and to win 9 or more games the last 3 seasons and 8 or more the last 4 seasons. I don't think sometimes K-State gets recognized enough for the sustained success we've had. We got to the mountaintop of the Big 12 championship in 2022. We've been short of that the last 2 years. We've competed and been close. But that's obviously everybody's goal and expectation is get back to Arlington.
And I asked Coach Campbell this a minute ago. I'm going to ask you the same thing because this day and age in college football is just different now.
Yeah.
And it seems like a place like Kansas State, you got to find the right player, the buy-in, and really everything surrounding it to make the thing go year in and year out. What challenges have you faced over the past couple of years in this new era?
Yeah, well, for starters, we're going to still be a high school-based team. We're going to go out and get the best high school kids in a 500-mile radius and get those kids to be in the program for 3, 4, and 5 years. That's how you develop a culture. That's how you sustain success. Then you sprinkle in the transfers. But we have to win in state. And Avery Johnson's the prime example of a kid that had everybody and had a chance to go all over the place and stayed in state to play for his home state and had chances to leave, I'm sure.
Has he been tampered with?
I'm sure he has. I mean, but he wants to stay. And you come to a K-State football game and you're going to have half the crowd in Avery Johnson jerseys and probably the other half in Dylan Edwards jerseys. Yeah. And now you're going to throw Lincoln Cure in there. You're going to have another third of those guys in Lincoln Cure jerseys.
It's pretty amazing what y'all have built. And I remember doing a game against Texas your first year. Like, we got a long way to go. And I'm like, Coach, y'all are playing pretty good football. So your expectation level, though, even within the program, I would imagine is even higher than that of the expectations outside. And yet the expectations, I think, are starting to catch up. So how do you balance that? The chip on the shoulder, blue collar, while again, hey, you know what? We're out to win a championship annually.
Yeah, it's kind of the motto of our team, remain humble, remain hungry, but that's our quarterback. That's a lot of our guys. If you got to play with that chip on your shoulder, the expectations are obviously high. We didn't do a coaches poll this year in the Big 12, and there was good reason for that. We thought some teams got slighted last year. We know top to bottom this league's really good, so we can't stumble. Nobody can stumble in this league, and you got to have your A game every week. And so that's what we're trying to preach to our guys: is stay humble, stay hungry, have that chip on your shoulder, but you got to be ready to go every Saturday afternoon or evening.
Coach, you know how to build successful teams. You won multiple national titles at North Dakota State at the FCS level, and you just mentioned it, 3 straight seasons of 9 wins. How do you take it to that next step and get over the hump and win that Big 12 title?
Yeah, I think it's going back to what we did in 2022. We forgot about the outside noise. And we forgot about some of those expectations and said, hey, let's just go play each game and just go play week to week. And we did a great job of taking care of the football. We did a great job on third down, red zone, all the things you have to do. But the most important thing is the locker room stuck together when you had adversity. Trust me, we're going to have adversity this season. We had it that year as well. But you guys, if you get a group of guys that stay together, you can fight through that adversity. And we're going to have to be winning a lot of tight games in the fourth quarter because that's what the Big 12 is.
Yeah, it's winning the margins, it feels like. Third down, red zone. It's like, all right, look at who wins in the Big 12 every week. It's like, oh, well, they were 1 for 6 on third down, and that's why they lost. It's amazing. You have seen the league evolve in a tremendous way. It's funny because when you got to the league and when we were just visiting with Matt Campbell and he got to the league, it was like, all right, race to 50. Let's see, you know, and that was a very different Big 12 than the Big 12 we see now. I almost feel like the league is kind of caught up to y'all's style where it's line of scrimmage and then we'll worry about everything else, as opposed to, hey, we'll start on the outside with great talent at wideout and quarterback and then we'll work our way back in. So how have you seen the league evolve to the point now where it's really a line of scrimmage league as much as any other?
It's funny how that is, because that's what we did at North Dakota State. We won the line of scrimmage, and you have to be really good up front on both sides of the line of scrimmage. If you can't control the line of scrimmage, you're going to be in for a miserable year, a miserable game, whatever it may be. But that's what we've tried to do. Most of our returning kids year in and year out are O linemen and D linemen, the ones that are in the program 3, 4, and 5, and 6, and 7 years for us this year. I don't even know eligibility anymore, but we've got a 7th-year kid because of some things that happened. I'm excited for him. But we have that same thing on the defensive side of the ball in the D line with a lot of 4th and 5th-year guys.
You bench you look, heartland of America. You're going to find some big boys
Yes,
out there
you
that
are.
you can build around up front. There's a blessing and a challenge to opening up the season, period. But then you add international travel to that, heading over to Ireland to take on Iowa State. So for you, as the head coach, building towards game one, but understanding that's game one of a long season, how do you balance the hype, the build-up, and then the beginning of a long road?
Well, it's going to be a challenge. And it'll be a challenge for Iowa State, too. But it was a great opportunity for us to have the Big 12 as a marquee game on week 0. That was something that in today's day and age of college football, we need to showcase the Big 12. So it was a great opportunity for us, who was approached as the home team, and then we'll get Iowa State as well. But you got to realize that it's a marathon, not a sprint, and it's going to take some time. The winner of that game is going to be in great shape or good shape, but you still got 11 more games left. The loser of that game is everybody's going to think they're done, but you still got 11 more football games left. We got to put our best foot forward. We got to have a really good fall camp, probably similar to Iowa State, so that the team that makes the fewest mistakes. Both teams are pretty veteran teams, but you're right. There's a long haul left, and so I'm just excited about coming into fall camp and not thinking, okay, what do you have week 1? What do you have week 2 before it gets rolling? It gets rolling right away. And the last time we had that was 2021. We played Stanford here at AT&T Stadium, and so I know our guys are excited about the big challenge ahead.
Coach, before we wrap up, give me a little something on Avery Johnson and what you've seen in his maturation process throughout the offseason. Going back to last year, 1 of 3 quarterbacks in Power 4 that threw for over 2,700 yards and rushed for 600. So we know the potential he has, but what have you seen as he's getting a little bit older and he has a full season under his belt? Yeah, he's now an upperclassman. He's put on about 17 pounds of lean muscle mass, which will help him, I know. And this is the best we've had around him. You know, he doesn't have to do everything himself. Dylan Edwards is a game breaker at running back. We have Joe Jackson running back. We have as good a group of tight ends as there is in the Big 12. And we have multiple guys at wide receiver. So we have more pieces around him this year, but I see that kid as just continuing to evolve. I think at the line of scrimmage is where I've seen him grow the most, from pre-snap to post-snap, what he's seeing, and that just comes with experience.
He's certainly one of the more fun players to watch, not only in the Big 12, but in the entire country. And McElroy can appreciate this like Brock and I can, but what a great head of hair he's got. I mean,
phenomenal. I wish I'd be his big time.
That is a healthy mane of hair. I said the same thing to Coach Campbell. I'll say it for you. Save some time for a proper pint in Ireland.
Oh, absolutely we will.
Get you some of that. Get you a win out there. Chris Kleiman, so good to catch up with you and join us. Continued success. Good luck this season. And looking forward to watching you guys play season 1.
Appreciate it. Thanks for having me, guys.
Chris Kleiman, head coach, Kansas State here at Big 12 Media Day. Scott Satterfield waiting in the wings. We are just turning and burning here up on our set. Cincinnati, year 3. We'll have Coach Satterfield when we return. I mean, we are rolling here at Big 12 Media Days, Frisco, Texas. So is Cincinnati, year 3 Scott Satterfield. One of the great offensive minds in college football. What do they have in store? The quarterback, Brendan Sorsby, is back. Can they get some things rolling? 5-2 to start the season a year ago. Plenty of talent still hanging around Cincinnati as they embark on the upcoming season. Coming out of the gate, by the way, August 28th, 9 p.m. Eastern against Nebraska. They are playing that at Arrowhead Stadium, by the way, also on ESPN. And also Coach Satterfield joining us now. Coach, year 3, thank you for joining us. Another Media Days for you. Big picture, off season to now, how have things been?
Yeah, it's been great. You know, we had a great off season. You know, we were able to keep a lot of our great players. That was huge for us. Had good spring practices, and now head into the summer. We've had a great summer. We just moved into our new facility, $135 million facility 2 weeks ago, and our guys are loving it. They're actually living in it. They're there every day, and they won't leave. So it's been huge, the connection we've had with the team, so we're excited about it.
When you look at a program in this day and age of college football, maybe one of the biggest things not talked about as much as it should be is recruiting within your own locker room. And when those guys stay, that means that you've built something that they want to be a part of. What does that speak to what you've built in the first 2 years that guys want to stay and see this thing through?
Yeah, I mean, it's huge. I think that speaks to the culture of what we have and you know, being at Cincinnati, and our city is a great city. It's a great place to live. But Dante Corleone, who's an All-American 2 years ago, I mean, he stayed. You know, Joe Royer could have went to the NFL. He stayed. You know, Brandon Sorsby. In this day and age, these guys are getting calls, and they're fielding these calls. And in order to keep those guys, I thought it was critical for our team to show that we got something going here that's pretty strong. And I'm excited about this year because those guys can come in and show what they really have.
It's kind of amazing last year. It felt like one of those strange years where everything was looking good, and then for whatever reason, there'd be a play late or a play here or there that just kind of flipped the script. You have all these close calls. What has been the message to the team in making sure that they don't make the critical mistake or give up the big play in a critical moment in the game so that some of those close losses can turn into close wins this upcoming season?
It's huge. This league, I mean, everybody lost 2 games last year in this league, so we know how tight it is. The margins are so small. Our whole thing this offseason was discipline, doing the little things right, because that's what it comes down to. And you mentioned it's a play here or a play there. I felt like we didn't get any of those plays. I think they went to the other team, unfortunately. And so we were in every game. And you go into the fourth quarter, we just didn't finish them out. But I do think, discipline and doing the right things all the time is what it's all about. Bringing back those players. We had some great additions that we brought in. But we made this offseason incredibly difficult, including the last 6 weeks. The hardest these guys have ever worked. We want to put the pressure on them, and they're asking for more. And that's what you want out of a football team. And so, again, can't wait to get these guys in camp and start practicing with a great bunch of guys that are hungry to go show that we have what it takes to be one of the best teams in the Big 12.
Coach, a good offense, that's going to fill the stadium, right? It's going to put the fans in the stands. You're going to light up the scoreboard. But we all know defense wins championships. What can we expect with Tyson Veit, year 2, being the defensive coordinator? His scheme has now been installed. What can we expect from your defense?
Yeah, I mean, last year was his first year here. We were very vanilla and simple defensively. We didn't really do a lot of things. I think now with him being the second year, a lot of guys back, we're able to expand a little bit more on the defense. You're going to be able to bring a little bit more pressure. You're going to be able to show some different looks to the quarterbacks. And in this league, it's full of great quarterbacks, maybe the best in all of the country, we're going to have to show them some different looks. And it's the first time in 5 years we've had the same defensive coordinator at Cincinnati. So I think that's huge for us. We were 6 points better per game scoring last year defensively, and we want to see, again, some improvement with that this year. We got a great linebacking core. We got a really good D-line. The question will be, how good is the secondary? And I think we added some great guys in the secondary, so we'll see how well they play this year.
When you look back to the offensive side of the ball in Brendan, and you mentioned the quarterbacks in this conference, I think 9 returning starters. I think you can go top to bottom, maybe the best quarterback conference in the country. So for Brendan to take that next step and do within your system what needs to be done to execute correctly on the field, what does he need to do to take that next step?
Yeah, I mean, he's had a great offseason. I think, Brendan, I think he had the best passing game of anybody in the Big 12 last year when we played Texas Tech, threw for 440. He's got it in him. We've helped him out this offseason by bringing in some really good wide receivers. I think that's going to help. Joe Royer's back, was a first-team All-Big 12 tight end, one of the best tight ends in the country. That's going to help. We added a couple good O-linemen up front that'll give him some time. But for him, it's about playing within himself, not trying to do too much. I think sometimes quarterbacks try to do a little bit too much. They get in trouble when that happens. But it's just distributing the football to these playmakers and allowing him to go make plays. He's got great legs, too. I think he led the Big 12 in rushing touchdowns for quarterbacks, so he can do both. I think he's a super talented player. I think he can be one of the best quarterbacks in this league, in a league full of great quarterbacks.
Yeah. The running back committee, we all know how good Corey was and how talented he was, how efficient he was, and the numbers he was able to put up. I love your offense. If I was a running back, I'd be fired up to play for you. Granted, never had that.
You couldn't let
I know I'm going to get some looks. I know I'm going to get some stretch zone. I'm going to get guys going horizontal one cut, and I'm out the gate. So with what Brennan's going to like to do in his next step, how do you make sure with a relatively new-looking backfield alongside him, how do you make sure those guys are all meshing together with some of the stuff you're asking for off the RPO and the stretch zone stuff?
Yeah, I think you're right. I mean, our running backs, we've had a 1,000-yard rusher for 13 years, I think, straight. I think, Tyree Walker's a guy we transferred from Wisconsin, was close to a 1,000-yard rusher there. He is Corey-like. He's big. He's 215. He can run. He can break tackles. Evan Pryor's coming back. I think Evan Pryor could be kind of a sleeper running back in this league. I mean, he had a bunch of runs over 50 yards for touchdowns last year. He's got the juice. He can go. There's going to be a great 1-2 punch there with those two guys. If we can open it up a little bit in the passing game and stretch the field a little bit more down the field, it's certainly going to open up more of that running game. We do want to be able to run the football. Last year in the second half of the season, man, they were stacking the boxes. 9 and 10 guys. We got to do a better job of taking the top off, and I think with the new receiving core, we're going to be able to do that and push the ball down the field, which will help get some more big plays and touchdowns, I think, down the field.
Coach, when you talk about all these offensive weapons, these guys can't do their job without a great offensive line. And you have a center in Gavin Gearhart with 36 career starts. Talk to me about his leadership, and you mentioned the new pieces coming to that offensive line. How is that unit gelling as they finished up spring ball and head into fall camp?
Yeah, Gavin, I can't say enough about Gavin Gearhart. He will be a 3-time captain. He's a guy that signed with Cincinnati when he come out of high school. He stuck it out the whole time. Could have went on and just finished his career, but wanted to come back and be a leader again. He's had a tremendous offseason as one of our best leaders on our team. He wins at everything that he does in competition. He anchors the guys up front. He makes all the calls up front, all the protection calls. He's the quarterback up front, and what a great leader. Glad he's there. We added a couple players. Joe Cotton came in from South Dakota. Tyron Tayo came in from Ball State, both starters. That'll help anchor the boys up front, along with some starters. Buford's coming back as a starter, be a 3-time starter for us as well. I feel good about our O-line. I'm excited about it. This offense, we got a lot of the pieces in place. It's a matter of going out and executing and making the plays.
And by the way, when it's rocking Nippert Stadium, one of the best stadiums in the country. When that thing's going, it's going. You've got it going out there in Cincinnati. Year 3, Scott Satterfield. They open up against Nebraska. That's a tough one. I could go on a whole soapbox about how Nebraska's really a Big 12 team, not a Big 10 team. Neither here nor there. Coach, thank you so much. Good luck this season. Best luck the rest of the way. Stay healthy.
Thank you. Appreciate it, guys.
Coach Satterfield with us as we continue our rip through Big 12 head coaches. Joey McGuire, Texas Tech. Perhaps one of those trendy teams coming into the season. We'll catch up with the Red Raiders head coach the other side live from Frisco. Big 12 Media Days live from Frisco, Texas. Sort of a home game for our friend from West Texas in Lubbock. Texas Tech coming back 8-5 a year ago, tied for 5th in the Big 12. But I'm going to tell you something. With the players they have coming back, with the money that's been infused into the program and a rampant hit in the transfer portal, could Joey McGuire and Texas Tech be this year's Arizona State and come up and represent the Big 12 in a college football playoff? Well, lucky for us, we don't have to guess anymore. We'll just ask the head coach who's joining us now. Coach, great seeing you as always.
Man, thanks for having me, man.
We talked about how quick the offseason was and how much you guys are excited to get back into it. For you, when you're going into this season with what you have coming back, as I mentioned, Barry Merrington, quarterback, and a host of other players, how do you feel you stack up right now going into the season?
You know, we feel really good about our roster, and one reason is we have great depth on the offensive line and defensive line, and that's something that we haven't had, and so I think that's really important. And then we added some really good guys in the secondary, so we can't wait, man. We've got a great opportunity. Now we just got to go seize that opportunity.
That's a guy who's smiling that knows he had a lot of fun this offseason with a pretty successful alum that helps out. And that's the day and age in college football, Coach. You know when you have the resources, you can take advantage of building your roster. And you've done a good job at that, bringing in Hudson back from Texas A&M. There are players out there that are ready to play. So what are the challenges of finding the right guy to fit what you need to have them do?
I think the biggest thing, starting in the spring, very first meeting, we talked about keeping the main thing. And one, be on time and be where you're supposed to be. And then two, when you walk, whatever we're asking you to do, whether you're on the football field, in the weight room, when we talk about our recovery, everything is empty the tank. Like, here is the standard, and if you're not living up to that standard right there, you've missed the mark. And so that's the main thing. And our guys, we're an old team. We really are. We're an old team whenever it comes to guys that have been in this program, and Baron Morton and Jacob Rodriguez, but we're also an old team and bringing in some vets and for some other places. And so those guys understand, and they've been awesome. What's been the coolest is what kind of men we brought in the building and how willing they are to mentor some of our really good young players that are going to be exciting to watch, and they're growing because of the old guys.
I think it's probably overstated at this point. Look, Texas Tech has deep pockets. We know that. Hey, great. That's a fantastic thing to utilize at your advantage. But I think making sure that you have the right guys, the right pieces. How do you make sure, knowing that, we can go out and get pretty much anybody we want. Finances are not a problem.
Right.
But we don't want to get the guy that is exclusively worried about finances. How do you balance that when you're having those conversations with guys that are thinking about Texas Tech against some other big spenders in the sport?
Well, you got to do it fast, and you've got to ask the right questions. But I think you got to find out what their why is. I think that's really important, why they're doing this. And then I think the other thing is you got to figure out, and you got to ask the right people, do they love football? I mean, you guys know how hard this is, and for you to reach the goals that you're trying to reach, you got to be surrounded by guys that want to be pros. Of course, they all want to play in the NFL, but there's a way that you carry yourself in any way of life whenever it comes. So you got to find that out. Are they serious about it? And you got to find it out really fast. I think those are the two things. We got to find out their why, and then we got to find out if they love football.
Coach, speaking of why, we know there's no shortage of star power and talent when it comes to your players, but you had to replace a couple coordinators in the offseason.
Yeah.
So talk to me a little bit why Mac left which and why Shield Wood.
Well, you got to be crazy if you don't understand that the Red Raider Nation understands offensive football. And so you better bring somebody in that knows how to score points. And, I think he was number 6 last year in the country at Texas State. He comes from a little bit of an air raid background because Eric Morris was his first boss. So he has that. It's going to be really interesting because he also has some run and shoot elements in the offense. He has some of Art Browse's wide splits with the receivers, and so excited about that. But we had to bring somebody in that understands. I told him the last thing whenever he accepted the job, I said, you need to understand, you may have more pressure on you than I have on me.
Points matter
because points matter in Lubbock, Texas. And then, I needed a guy like Shield Wood who he's been successful everywhere he's been with a different roster. But whenever I sit down and talk to him, He's a very detailed A to B to C. This is how we're going to do it. This is what install looks like. And me being a defensive guy, us having such a change as the roster, I needed somebody that had that to where I felt comfortable to where I could say, look, I'm going to concentrate on building this football team. You concentrate on the defensive side of the ball. He's been absolutely incredible.
It's funny when you hear coaches talk about building rosters nowadays in college football, because candidly, that's what it is. I mean, if you hit on a portal class like Mike Norvell did a couple of years ago, you should be in the college football playoff. Then if you don't hit on a portal class the next year, you're going to struggle. So now coaching for you used to be dominant here at Cedar Hill and DFW. Go to Texas Tech now, and you understand what it takes. But when you're building the roster and trying to build the continuity, that's got to be completely different than anything you and your staff has had to do in the years prior.
No, it is. It's and you got to trust the people around you. The one thing that Matt Rule, whenever I learned from him, is you've got to surround yourself with great coaches, and you got to trust they're going to develop the players. I think we have a really good coaching staff, but I've got to trust my personnel staff.
Yeah.
And that's totally different. Like everybody used to talk about your recruiting staff. They still are your recruiting staff, but now they're your personnel because you are building a roster, and you've got to trust those guys that they're getting those questions answered. They're bringing in the right guy. And then I told my staff, our very first meeting, my job is to create the culture, the bond, because we're still playing a game.
That's right.
That bad things happen on every snap and good things happen, and how are your teams going to respond is how close they are and how much they care about each other, and that's what I have to do. And so that's been a big part of this offseason of different things, finding creative ways for these guys to spend time away from each other that maybe normally we didn't do in the past.
Looking at Baron Morton and him being back, I don't think anyone in college football has had to endure more challenges the last couple of years with injury. It's just been heartbreaking. I don't know what other word to use. It feels like now, though, with your commitment to the offensive line, the depth you have there, the protection will be better. The balance, because of some of the additions you've made in the run game, potentially could be better. What does Baron need to do this year to help elevate the profile of Texas Tech football?
I think two of the big things that we talk about and we'll talk about is he's got to continue to protect the football. I mean, if you look, he did a phenomenal job last year of taking care of the football. He limited his turnovers, interceptions, especially compared to how much we're going to throw the football. I think that's really important. But our next step is we have to be more explosive on offense, and that's something that, hey, look, check down is always awesome, and we don't want to put the ball, but we have to be more explosive. I think that Caleb Douglas brings that. I think Reggie Virgil, if you look at what he did last year in Miami of Ohio and being able to get him, he's a guy that really could push the field. We've got two really athletic tight ends, and so I think that his next step is, hey, we got to protect the football, and it's kind of also be aggressive of pushing the ball downfield. So as a quarterback, sometimes they don't
take chances,
always,
but not that chance. You know what I mean?
Yeah, no doubt.
Coach, we talked about the star power that you guys have brought in and the depth just completely across your roster. I'm curious from a coach's perspective, with all of that talent, what position group are you most excited to watch come week one?
Well, I brought a kid that nobody's talking about, and I brought him for that reason because I think he should be talked about, is Romello Height. I think David Bailey, and he should, to a point, has overshadowed him a little bit whenever we got David, and maybe taking a little bit. Romello Height. So for me, I've coached this position. This is the last position I coached as a position coach, those edge guys, those outside linebackers. I'm really excited about our outside linebackers because if you look, David Bailey, our field end, David Bailey, Charles Esters, Braylon Rigsby. You turn on the other side, you've got Romello Height, Terrell Tillman, who really came on at the end of the year, redshirt freshman Cheto Ofila. I mean, those guys, we have a chance to really get after the quarterback. I'll tell you a funny story just real quick about why we ended up with David Bailey. What would Philly do? They just go get another defensive lineman.
That's it.
And that's really what, like, whenever we were talking about David Bailey and we were like, hey, we feel, and I was like, James Blanchard literally turned to me and said, what would the Philadelphia Eagles do? he said, we don't get it done. Their defensive
Well,
line.
and you talk about your edge players. You didn't even talk about your defensive tackles and linebackers. So those edge players are going to get one-on-one matchups all day long.
Yeah, Bailey, Hunter, Rodriguez. I mean, loaded.
Jacob Rodriguez was loving life.
Yeah.
Ben Roberts, John Curry, those linebackers, because they're like, man, we're getting covered up, coach.
Daunting.
And you're right about Romello. Transfers in from Georgia Tech. He was a hell of a football player. I mean, things are looking good for Texas Tech. You appear to be happy up here. It's the happiest we're going to see a head coach all year is media days because they haven't done any games yet. But I was looking, I mean, I'll leave you with this, Coach. I mean, come September 20th through, you're going to get to see how deep this Big 12 is because that's a schedule that's going to challenge the best of what you have.
Yeah, it was funny. Somebody came out and said that we had the easiest schedule. And I started laughing. I said, you know, we go to Utah and we go to K-State, and we play
Arizona State.
We go to Arizona State, but we just got through talking about before we went on. We're fixing to play two of the most physical teams when we talk about K-State and BYU back to back.
And Willie Fritz, year 2 at Houston. I mean,
that guy. All he does is win. So this conference, it's really exciting because it is a deep conference. We always talk about that. But there's Arizona State brought everybody back, but Scatterboo.
Yeah.
They're a really good football team, and so. You see some really good teams. It's going to be a fun year in the Big 12.
It's going to be fun to watch you guys. Like I said, you're one of the trendy teams around the country to make some noise this year. We hope that noise comes to fruition.
Yes, sir.
Joey McGuire, head coach, Texas Tech. I don't know if anybody told you this, but you're going to be with me on SportsCenter Live later as well. So awesome. Don't go too far, Coach. Thank you so much. We'll be back live from Frisco, Texas. Big 12 Media Days at the Star, home of the Dallas Cowboys. Plenty of stars throughout the morning. We'll continue our coverage when we return.
So are you coming on camera, Katie?
I don't know. I don't.
Yes?
What am I doing, Philip?
Speaking of the CFP, we continue to believe the 5-11 model proposed by the Big 12 and the ACC is the right playoff format for college football. We want to earn it on the field. We do not need a professional model because we are not the NFL.
Welcome back to the Star in Dallas as Big 12 Media Days continue to roll on. Earlier today, we got to hear from Big 12 Commissioner Brett Yormark. A lot of questions about where we stand with the college football playoff format. Here's where he thinks we should go.
Speaking of the CFP, we continue to believe the 5-11 model proposed by the Big 12 and the ACC is the right playoff format for college football. We want to earn it on the field. We do not need a professional model because we are not the NFL.
They want to earn it. Gentlemen, up on set. Greg Brock, what say you about this 5-11 model proposed by Brett Yormark and Jim Phillips?
No, I think what's interesting about it is you would think from the Big 12's perspective, having the 2 automatic qualifiers in the assumed 16-team format would be really beneficial. You would think, all right, we at least have 2. Maybe in some unique cases, we get a 3rd team by way of the at-large. But I appreciate very much that he believes so strongly in the depth and the quality of the teams in this league that he believes that they actually would be better suited by going with a 5+11. I expected him to kind of be on the other side of the equation. I wasn't sure where he fell, but I thought that tells a lot about how strongly he believes in the teams in this league.
Brock, and I'll take it one step further. He talked about at the beginning of the press conference, then the quote that at the end he goes, again, I'm doubling down on 5-11.
Yeah. You know, I think the biggest thing that he said is we want to earn it on the field. And to your point, Greg, you would think, yeah, hey, we want 2 automatic qualifiers regardless of record or how the conference is year in and year out. But I think that says a lot about how Commissioner Yormark feels about his conference in the Big 12 and how strong it is. And I just have to say I completely agree with him that you need to earn it on the field. And the idea of automatic qualifiers, it kind of takes away the competition that is supposed to take place on the football field.
Now, here's what I would say that's dangerous with Brett Yormark in the position that he's in, talking about where his conference is. We've talked about it now for, what, an hour and a half? About how deep this league is. Well, what happens in a deep conference? You get a lot of
each other up.
You beat each other
Knock
up.
each other out.
And it could be damn good football, but you could also have a bunch of teams that are 9-3, 10-2, 8-4, and because the committee sometimes looks at records, this is going to sound funny, probably a little bit more than they should. It could damage a league that I believe, top to bottom, and we cover college football as much as anybody, probably has the most competitive balance of anyone in the country.
No, I don't think anyone's pushing back on that. I mean, it's by far, from Team 1 to Team 16, it's by far the tightest group, no doubt about it. I do think, though, it speaks to the possible potential of some of the programs in this league, too, though. I think if you look at what Texas Tech has done from a commitment level, from a resource standpoint, he probably looks at them and says, all right, well, they can go with anybody, financially speaking, and that matters nowadays. You look at what TCU has done in the past. You look at the size of Arizona State and a possible star in head coach Kenny Dillingham not going anywhere, and a handful of other programs. BYU's won national championships. Utah, I think, had a real strong argument to say that they were the best team in the country in 2004, maybe in 2008 as well. There have been teams in this league. Cincinnati's made a playoff appearance. UCF has won a national championship, if you want to count it that one strange year in 2017. There are teams in this league that have reached the highest point in college football, and while they haven't done it consistently in recent years, the potential is there. I think he recognizes that. So seeing the future of college football in a 5-11 model is, I think, very intriguing.
Well, and that's the big question. Who in the Big 12 can consistently be on top? You think about Oklahoma back in the day. You think about Texas. They were always there. It was kind of 1-2 at the top, and then who was going to fight with them. So we all talk about, all right, well, right now the Big 12, they're beating up on one another. But the commissioner said it earlier. Eventually, someone's going to emerge, and we're going to have those top 2 to 3 teams every single year. So you mentioned that's what you just have to assume his vision. There are going to be 2, 3, 4 teams consistently competing to get into the playoff every year.
And I would say, look at the coaches we've talked to already. Matt Campbell, that's not an easy out in Iowa State. Chris Kleiman in Kansas State, they come back loaded. Texas Tech and Joey McGuire, there isn't an easy out in this conference. We went to a school that's been called a sleeping giant for 25 years. They get good, they go bad, they get. So if this league, to your point, if everyone plays to that potential, which we think all of them can, this league throughout the year, you're not like, if you're Nebraska, prime example, if you're Nebraska, you want to suit it up against them week 1? I mean, do you want? You don't, because that's where the Big 12 is going to be able to assert themselves, is if in those interconference games, can they show the committee? can they show the country that they belong with these other leagues because there's a quote-unquote any star power team in the conference?
Yeah, I think as far as just your traditional brands are concerned, they're operating right now at third place. You can make a case for maybe fourth, I don't know, as far as your traditional brand power.
Right.
But that doesn't matter nowadays. Right now it's an arms race. And I think that the teams and the buy-in and the resources and the fact that I think there is upward mobility in the league has a lot of people feeling really intrigued and really optimistic about the future of this league in general. And I like to, with Brett Yormark, he spoke specifically about becoming a contemporary league. Yeah. He understands the dynamics of the current student athlete, what appeals to the constant student athlete. He comes from an entertainment background. He knows what sells, and he will move game times and move game days and do what's necessary to make sure that the league is always in a prominent spotlight. That's why I think he is the ideal leader for this conference that I think has tremendous upside, and also because of the quality across the board, has very little downside.
I will never forget this. It was a few years ago now when the announcement that Texas and Oklahoma were departing the Big 12, and everybody basically just put the Big 12 underground and said that conference is dead, it's going to split apart, Pac-12 this, that, and the other. Now look where it is. And Brett Yormark, if any of the commissioners, and all of them do fantastic work for their conferences, you're right. You pitch him an idea that's good for the league, we're in because we're going to grow. Speaking of growing, you're not going to find a better conference in the country that has grown more star quarterbacks. It is the year of the quarterback. And speaking of quarterbacks, got a couple on set. I got a South Lake Carroll Dragon up here. He knows what it's like to play quarterback in this great state of Texas. We're going to talk Big 12 QBs when we return. Just past noon Central here at Big 12 Media Days, powered by Microsoft Copilot, your everyday AI companion. Just past the lunch hour here, 12:08 here in the great state of Texas, 1:08 in the East. Brock Osweiler, Greg McElroy, Matt Berry, Katie George is with us as well. You look at this conference, and we've been talking about it here for the first couple of hours of our coverage. The depth, 6 teams return 12 or more starters. That's more than any other conference in the league. And a lot of that, when you look at the star power of the Big 12 surrounding the quarterbacks and the 9 returning starting quarterbacks that some of these teams that are blessed to have one coming back have. And when you look at this list of players, I mean, these are big-time quarterbacks. Fafita for Arizona, probably a little bit under the radar because you've got Levitt, you've got Sorsby, you've got Rocco Beck, Sawyer Robertson. Gentlemen, as 2 quarterbacks are sitting up here on the desk with me, you have to love these quarterbacks coming back for these schools.
No question, and I think the best part about the quarterback play in the Big 12 is you can't get all the quarterbacks that are great up on that screen right now. When we were asked to prepare for this, and there's the next lineup of guys, this is deep. You know, you have 10, 12 quarterbacks that have potential to play at the next level in the National Football League one day. You have quarterbacks that are in conversation for the Heisman Trophy, making preseason All-American lists, top to bottom. So if you like scoring points, if you like watching good quarterback play, the Big 12 has no shortage.
What I like most is just kind of the diversity of skill set.
Yep.
I mean, you have your traditional pocket passer. Now, everybody nowadays has some level of mobility, you know, but some guys really rely on their legs. Other guys want to kind of carve you up a little bit like a surgeon. Like Rocco Beck is a surgeon. When I watch him, he knows where to go with the football, super accurate, gets the ball out, does an amazing job. Whereas a guy like Jalen Daniels, if something's going haywire and every single offensive lineman misses a block, he can make something out of nothing immediately. And I think there's so much growth and potential within this league, and I think there's so much excitement within this league because of the diversity too within the offensive schemes and what these quarterbacks are also asked to do. So it's really a fun league to study because every single guy you watch has a little different skill set than the guy you watched before.
Well, and every once in a while, a league will tip in your favor where that happens, right? Like we saw Avery Johnson as a true freshman. He would come in packages and say, wow, this kid's exciting. The starter ends up leaving, transfers out. It's Avery's team. Jalen Daniels at Kansas, he was one of those quarterbacks we're thinking, this guy's exciting to watch. He just happens to come back. And then you've got Sam Levitt, who was in a spring battle a year ago for the worst team in the Big 12. And now he's the preseason Offensive Player of the Year and being mentioned as a Heisman Trophy candidate, an NFL quarterback. So even the guys like Baron Morton, we just talked to Joey McGuire. Of the guys that are on that list, maybe he's not the biggest name, but there's a lot of programs around the country that would love Baron Morton.
Yeah, no question. And you both have said the word potential. And there's the guys that have proven, Sam Levitt, Sawyer Robinson, Baron Morton when he's healthy. But then you think of a guy like Avery Johnson at Kansas State, and you mentioned, you know, a true dual-threat quarterback. He's a talented passer. He's a fantastic runner. But if he grows as a passer, last year, sub 60% completions, had some turnovers in some bad spots. But if he grows and becomes a more prolific passer, what does Kansas State do this year? And that's what's exciting to watch.
And Josh Hoover just up the road at TCU. I mean, in Sonny Dykes' offense, you just show up to the game, you're going to go for 303 touchdowns. And that's another team that came on at the end of the season in TCU. So when it comes to quarterbacks across the country, you could argue, maybe not be an argument, it's the best quarterback conference in the league, or in the country. So having said that, you've got all these quarterbacks to choose from. As I mentioned, there are 9 of them that return starters. You guys had the task of choosing your top 5. I will allow you to flip a coin. Who wants to go first?
Let him go
We're going to let
first.
Osweiler go first. Who are your top 5 quarterbacks in the Big 12?
Yeah, so my top 5, you have to start with Sam Levitt at Arizona State. Just what he did last season for the Sun Devils, leading them to a Big 12 title, double overtime in the Peach Bowl against Texas, just so close to getting to the semifinal. Sawyer Robertson, someone who's skyrocketing up NFL draft boards. You talk to scouts, they say if he puts it together this year, he has a chance to be a first-round pick in the upcoming draft. Rocco Beck going into his 3rd year, so consistent. Greg mentioned it. He'll dice you up with his arm, his brain, above the neck. And then you look at Baron Morton, if he can stay healthy, what he did last year, going into his 3rd year as a starter. And then we mentioned Josh Hoover just down the street. I mean, what he's done in that Sonny Dykes offense. it is just so entertaining to watch. I covered a lot of their games over the last couple years, and now for him going into his third year as being a starter, that's the other thing. So much experience in this conference. It's going to be a ton of fun to watch these guys.
Yeah, I think both of our lists would look really different if we always had availability. And I think injuries have kind of defined some of these guys. Baron Morton is an example. Jalen Daniels, who makes my list at number 5, is also another example. When he's on the field, Kansas is a major problem. When he's not on the field, and he hasn't been very often the last couple years, they're not quite the same. Josh Hoover, I think, is crazy efficient. I think the sky's the limit for what he's going to be. I like the additions they've also made at wide receiver. And that offense to play, can't play quarterback by yourself. I love Rocco Beck's plan. I love how he approaches the game as a professional. I look at Sawyer Robertson, a guy that was also not that dissimilar to Sam Levitt. Didn't even really have the keys to the car until 4 or 5 games into the season last year. He just got better and better and better as the season goes along. And to me, it's Sam Levitt at number 1 by a pretty decent sized margin. And it's partly because I look at him and I see similar qualities to Zach Wilson from BYU a couple years ago.
Wow, yeah.
A guy who in 2019 there were flashes and you're like, all right, this guy's legit, but he didn't really do it all the time. And then you saw in 2020, he became one of the best quarterbacks in the country. I'm expecting that same growth from Sam Levitt. I think he's a top 2, top 3 quarterback in all of college football coming back this year based on the skill set and what he did last year and how he rose to the occasion again, the biggest games against Iowa State and against Texas in the bowl game. Really optimistic about what this year could look like for him.
You talk about Levitt's growth throughout the season. We had them on Thursday Night Football against Texas State, and we were in our coaches' meetings. Dan Mullen, now the head coach at UNLV, and we're talking to Kenny and Marcus Roy, the offensive coordinator. We're saying, well, Sam, you can see flashes. Where does he need to get better? He just needs to improve the deep ball. He's not good at the deep ball. And he had a couple of deep balls in that game, get overthrown, underthrown. And then out of nowhere, to your point, you watch the quarterback grow in front of your eyes. Then he becomes one of the best quarterbacks in the country. The deep ball became one of his strengths, and now he's the offensive preseason player of the year to show for it after the playoff run. Devin Dampier, he transfers into Utah. They're really excited about him, an Arizona high school player. And then Jacob Rodriguez, the defensive player of the year, some of the preseason awards. But Greg, that just goes to show you, when you're in the right place at the right time with the right coach and the right scheme, you legitimately grow in front of the country's eyes. And I think that's what we saw out of Sam Levitt and some of these other players last year that are just in the right place at the right time.
I think belief, too. I mean, the thing about quarterback is you're not going to be great until you really believe that you can be great. The confidence level is huge. And you saw it grow tremendously over the course of the year. I mean, the first 6, 7, 8 games, all anyone talked about was Cam Scatterbo.
Yep.
No one talked about what Sam Levitt was doing. No one talked about what Tyson was doing at wide receiver, but it was all about Scatterbo, Scatterbo, Scatterbo. And then you watch him, and you're like, hang on a second, this quarterback just made a tremendous read on an RPO and fit it into a really tight window. Why isn't anyone talking about him? So I think the world was a little late to find out about him last year, but now with a ton of expectations and a ton of people back in his supporting cast, I think the sky's the limit. So yeah, right place, right time, but also believing in oneself.
That's right.
To be able to reach your own potential is huge as well.
And you played quarterback at Arizona State. You understand what it's like when that thing is going and when everyone's starting to believe. And I don't think that there's any program in the country right now with a young head coach coming off one of the most surprising years we've ever seen in college football, believing that they now have a place at the table.
No question. Tempe can be one of the best atmospheres in college football when the Sun Devils are winning games. You know, Kenny Dillingham, a lot of conversation there, but don't forget who the play caller is for Sam Levitt. Marcus Arroyo, one of the best, I think, in the game. Don't forget what he did at Oregon with Justin Herbert.
Yeah.
They lit up the skies in Eugene, so now they're coming into their second season together. Sam knows he's the guy. They've had a whole offseason to work this thing together. It's going to be really exciting to see what they do down there in Tempe this year.
3:25 p.m. Eastern, Kenny Dillingham and the Sun Devils, they'll join us up here as well to talk what was one of the great seasons we've seen in quite some time from the worst team, according to the coaches, a year ago, which, by the way, got rid of preseason polls. Thank God
great
for
move.
that. It's a great move. Also a great move, Dave Aranda at Baylor. He has the Bears thinking sick 'em this year. They're another team that you can easily see winning this conference. The Baylor Bears head coach, Dave Aranda, joins us on the other side. Consider it a recurring theme. There are teams in the Big 12 that can compete for the conference championship, and none other than the Baylor Bears, who finished the season a year ago, 6 consecutive wins, 6-3 in conference, 8-5 overall. Sawyer Robertson returning at quarterback. But I know Dave Aranda, head coach, is going to love this next statement. The Baylor Bears are loaded on defense. And while the eye candy is the offense, I'll tell you what, you're going to have to contend with them in Waco with a stout defense. As Dave Aranda kind enough to join us here on our set. And Coach, welcome back. Welcome in. New season for you. Big picture coming into the season, through the offseason till now. How do you feel your team stacks up?
We're a hungry team, and we're a hard-working team, and we're a talented team. This is the most depth we've had at Baylor since I've been at Baylor. And so really feel good about kind of where the team is at. You know, we're trying to be consistent with our daily actions and how we're doing things. Are we finishing through lines? Are we always on time? And all those things that are little things that end up being big things once they keep a score of a game. We're focusing on that right now.
Year 6 for you out there in Baylor, and I know each year stands on its own, but I have to believe the 6-game winning streak down the stretch that put you guys in contention for the Big 12 last year had to carry some momentum into the offseason and embarking on this new year.
I think the majority of the team knew that we had a good team last year. And we as coaches would tell them that, and I think they would hear that maybe from their parents or from a teammate. But for them to see it themselves and to see the TCU win and to see these other wins, the win versus Texas Tech, I think there's such value that comes from that. There's a grounded confidence that the team has now, which is a good thing.
Well, it's amazing. You really think about it too. You're a Hail Mary away from being in the championship game. You know what I mean? And then it's like it's just crazy how wide how thin the margins are now. But offensively, with Spavital back.
Yes.
First of all, I think he's amazing. I love the guy. I loved him for years. I think he does a phenomenal job. But him along with Sawyer Robertson, the comfort level and being able to kind of communicate without communicating.
Yes.
How much more comfortable is Spav this year working with him, and how much more comfortable is Sawyer working with Spav?
So much so. That what you hit on is probably the biggest improvement offensively, is that in the pre-snap, it's just very hard. If we're disguised in a single high, like we're not going to be able to get to do that. They're going to see it with a hard count or a leverage, and the ball's going to go to where it should go. And so I think they're so far ahead of that. And then I think they have the skill players where, hey, the ball's out quick, and here's someone that can do something with it. I think that only complements it. So it's very strong offensively.
I want to continue visiting about that quarterback, Sawyer Robertson, that we're looking at right there. A lot of people don't remember, but he didn't win the starting job coming out of fall camp last year, but he eventually took that starting role over and had a phenomenal year. You see the stats on the screen. How much has it meant to your ball club to know that he is the guy? He's had a full offseason. What have you seen out of Sawyer?
Grounded confidence. I think that was the thing that he's been working on from the very beginning, is that you are that guy, that you're that guy for us. You've always been that guy. And I think, leading from the middle of the pack last year to where now he's leading way out in front, which for him is an uncomfortable spot to be, for him to be way out in front and being holding guys accountable and leading the tempo and leading the pace has been way strong for our team.
What does it take? I mean, I'm just looking at the coaches we talked to today. Kansas State, Manhattan, Kansas, Texas Tech, Lubbock, Texas, Waco, Texas, Ames, Iowa. These are quintessential college towns, kind of outpost in an area where you've got to find guys that want to be there and believe that they can be there and win. What does it take at Baylor for you to get that type of mentality?
It takes relationships. It takes spending time with recruits and families and investing. It takes hey, we're going to be focused on high school recruiting, and we're going to spend time with that. It's so easy to be in the transfer portal business, and here's a bunch of money, here's 1 year, and you're gone.
Yeah.
But to develop people, you don't hear so much about that now. You hear about acquiring talent as opposed to developing the talent.
Is that where you are?
Yes.
Are you a 75-25 high school to portal?
We want to be that way next year. I think from the mistakes and things that I've made in the past, we had to be able to get a little bit more portal than we would like.
Sure.
But I think we're in a position now where it's going to be mainly high school.
Looking at some of the additions you made defensively, not just on personnel, but some of your coaches, a couple new faces on that side of the ball with you. No one's going to deny you're probably one of the smartest defensive minds in the entire game. Now you have a head coach hat. You still manage so much defensively. How do you balance that as a head coach? And how do you make sure that, all right, hey, I hired some new pieces. I want them to do what we do, but also bring some some new perspective, some new vision to that side of the ball?
The first couple months are going to be, hey, here's things that you really believe in. Here's things that you like. Let's have a day. Show me a cut up. Let's go through all of it. Teach me what you do, and let's talk it through. And a lot of those have been incorporated, And so then from there, then it becomes, hey, you're going to be responsible for this part of the defense. You're responsible for this situation. And then being able to use your staff in terms of, I'm not having to be able to come in with everything kind of laid out. I'm counting on Matt Pallage or Paul Gonzalez to be looking at this and have this ready. And so that type of teamwork's been helpful when there's other things on your plate.
Speaking of a defensive play caller, which you took back that role last season, and I know how much that means to you, what does it mean to return a linebacker like Keaton Thomas as far as a leader and to have that nucleus of the defense and the new coaches to be able to lean on?
He is all full go all the time. There's been he was talking about how when he was in grade school, he got in trouble at his little grade school. And I asked, was it during recess time? Did this happen? Because I could see that happening. Because it's for practice. There's times where we got to shut it down and slow and kind of calm down. He's just wired so tight, and I love that as a defensive coach and on the defensive side because he leads from that type of energy, and guys want to be like him. And so our ability to kind of attack things and get after things is totally defined and led by him.
So you got Auburn week 1. You've coached against Hugh Freeze in the past. You know what he's going to run. You know what he does. They haven't necessarily reinvented the wheel, but they do have a new quarterback, and they're probably going to have a slightly different offensive identity. How do you avoid chasing ghosts week 1, knowing that group at Auburn is going to look very different from the team that you saw last year?
There's a couple people that have played him in the past that have played him well, and so we reach out to them and kind of get ideas. There's reports and whatever information we can get from spring into summer on kind of depth chart and kind of where those things are looking. But then I think overall there's things that are kind of regardless of the quarterback, regardless of the school, here's kind of staples. Here's things that you're thinking. And then I think you got to look, a big part of this game plan for us is going to be the things that hurt us in the past are going to be things that are going to have their full attention. So we got to be working those things too.
Who do we need to fight that made your schedule? Auburn and then the college football playoff team at SMU week 2? I mean, you've got your work cut out for you, so we'll let you get to work. Dave Aranda, so nice catching up with you. We're excited to see your team play again. We love seeing that Sick'em back in college football. Continued success to you this year.
Appreciate it. Thank you, guys.
Thank you. Dave Aranda, head coach, Baylor. Again, we keep saying it. They could win the league just as easy as BYU and Kalani Sitake, who had the conference right in the grasp of their hands at the end of the season. We'll be joined by the BYU head coach when we return our live coverage from Big 12 Media Days. 11-2 a year ago, Kalani Sitake and BYU. There isn't a team in the country that'll kick you in the teeth for 4 quarters, and if you happen to be standing by the end of it, good for you. They won the Alamo Bowl against Colorado 36-14, 7-2, tied for first in the Big 12. All kinds of wonky tiebreakers at the end kept him out of the Big 12 championship. And Kalani Sitake, one of the best coaches in the league, joins us now. Hey, Coach, we appreciate your time here. 10th season. You're also celebrating 10 years at your school like Matt Campbell. Can you believe that it's been 10 years since you've been head coach?
Yeah,
there?
I mean, I'm officially an old man this year. I think I can say that now. I turned 50 in October, so I'm headed that way. I'm ready for that. I had the grays a long time ago, but I'm good with being an old man now.
That's it. You can settle in. You just know who you are. And so you've been around. You're aged and experienced. I do want to start off. I know you were asked about it a couple of times at the podium. But for the audience here, the quarterback situation at BYU, where does that stand?
Yeah, I think the appropriate thing for me to say is that I love Jake Retzloff and appreciate everything that he's done for our program. I think it's best that it's a private matter, so I let him make the first statement on his situation. But I am really excited about the entire team, the depth that we have in our team, and the competition that it provides. So the quarterback room, it's the one that gets a lot of attention, especially at BYU. And so, last year we had a quarterback competition between Jake Retzloff and Gary Bohannon, and this year it'll be the kind of same thing. We just who it will be, I don't know. It'll be the guy that deserves it and earns it, and we'll have someone there by the time we hit the first game.
And you see the quarterbacks there for the quarterback competition.
Yeah, and you have 2 guys that have played FBS football. Like, you know what they can do on this stage. You've seen it before. But Bear is a guy that's got really high ceiling, and a guy that you're real confident in. So when you are evaluating this quarterback competition at the end of fall camp, what do you think the ultimate winner of this competition will have done to separate himself from the other 2?
I think all they have to do is do their unique part, which is be their best. And our offense system with A-Rod and Fessy and the rest of the group, we have continuity in our staff. So the system's been in place for a while, and it accommodates their skill set. So I think that's the key. Let them play at their best and whatever they do best. They all have to throw the ball, though. You guys know that to play quarterback, especially at BYU, we need to sling it. And so luckily they can all throw the ball. We'll see how they can manage the offense, how they can put us in position to gain points and create some momentum and not risk everything. But at the same time, I'm not minding the risk taking. Yeah. I want to see who's going to earn it and who's going to learn the most, and then we'll accommodate them with our offensive scheme.
Continuity on the staff, plenty of veteran depth up and down that depth chart. You talk about a great running back in L.J. Martin, and you really have a stable of them. Chase Roberts at wide receiver, some pieces back on the offensive line. We can talk about your defense all day. That has to give you a solid amount of optimism with whoever is that quarterback coming out of fall camp.
Yeah, I really love our team, and I think there's a lot of possibility there. But my job is to get us to play at our best and to do it 12 times so we can earn more. And so that's my focus. And I don't know if I did a great enough job at it last year. I felt like we were able to get some wins, but I don't know if we played our best. I've seen a lot of improvement from December to now, but we still have a long ways to go. And I plan on using fall camp to get us there. And now we can simulate some sparring sessions, some live work, and see who earns it.
And that's your style, right? I mean, your style is to go put on the chin strap, go play football, and we're going to figure out who our best competitors are. This day and age in college football, some people might shy away from that because of the portal and the NIL, but you breed and believe in competition is what it's going to take to get your program to sustain those double-digit win seasons.
I do, and our off-season conditioning program is really tough. And so you're going to have to survive that, and in order to do that, you have to live a very disciplined life, and you have to be all about your nutrition, your sleep, things like that. That can be a competitive advantage. You're not just competing against yourself; you're competing against others in the conference and other people throughout the country. So now is the time for these guys that they only have so much time in their life in the college career to make it work, and so we're asking quite a bit from them. fortunately for them, we get to pay them now. So that's a really cool thing.
Right.
So it's a great time to be a student athlete, especially to be a college football player. We're going to take advantage of all the wonderful variables that go into playing the game and make sure that we can try to be the best as we can.
I don't think there's another team in college football that in the entire realignment world that was better prepared for this shift than what you guys did. I remember doing a 2-game stretch. We did 2 of your games in a row. We called one at Tennessee, and then when you came home and we played USC, you won both games. And it was just like, and then we saw you years we were playing 4 Pac-12 teams. You're going 4-0 against the Pac-12. What was it about your program that you just knew, okay, maybe year 1 was a little dicey, but now it's in full speed ahead and transitioned to the Big 12 and really thriving in this league?
Well, I think you mentioned it. I've been here 10 years now, and so when I first got the job, I mean, I played for a legend, Lavelle Edwards. I got to coach and work with Kyle Whittingham for 10 years, and so I mean, we're all BYU guys, and you see the guys I've worked with under Lavelle. Sark's out there. I mean, you know, Andy Reid's out there. So there's a lot of resources, and there's actually they're doing it the right way. So I only know one way: to follow the guys that have done it the right way, and then create an environment where that can happen. So. For us, it's just creating that competitiveness and creating an opportunity for the guys to get after it and then make it fun. I mean, that's the goal. I don't know what's going to happen this year. I'm excited about it, but I look forward to all the different nuances and the things that we have to deal with in college football. Now rev share, before NIL, before and with transfer portal. All of it's good stuff.
Coach, a lot of conversation about your offense and around that quarterback position in the offseason, but you just mentioned Kyle Whittingham, and I think something about him, but very similar to your football teams, you guys play tough, hard-nosed defense, and we all know defense is where championships are won. You return some big-time players. You also gain one coming down from Utah. Mention to me what you've seen in that defense through spring as you head into fall camp.
Well, I think the main thing is that we're able to keep the staff intact and having Jay Hill, the defensive staff, all return, and we were able to do that on the offensive side. And without the resources that they, being in the Big 12, things like that, I don't know if we would have been able to get that done. Now that we have that continuity, if you're looking for consistency, that's where you start, and then you should have a good amount of production coming back. You build on that; those become your leaders, and then the incoming guys, it's their opportunities to strive now and to thrive and make a name for themselves. And so that's the key. And go back to your question, when I first got the job 10 years ago, Tom Homo asked me how can we be best ready to enter a power conference. We did that when I was at Utah for the Mountain West to Pac-12, and I said, let's just load up the schedule, like get as many power conference teams on the schedule and as many G5s. I don't care if it's on the road, and that's what we did. And I think it got us ready. All we have to do is just be humble about it, not worry about records, just worry about the long run, how that's going to get us set up. And fortunately, we were able to be in the Big 12, now going in our 3rd year. A lot of really cool things happening, but the momentum was caused a long time ago by Tom Homo and the administration, and I was encouraged because that's right up my alley. I'm excited for those moments.
You know what's interesting? We talk to a lot of coaches in this conference and around the country, and we say, who are the most physical teams in the Big 12? And I'm telling you, 10 out of 10, it's BYU and Utah. And it's interesting that you and Kyle Whittingham used to be together on the same staff. What is it about how you've built a program, how he's built a program there at Utah for decades? What is it about your style and the players that you bring up for every coach to tell us that your team and his team are the most physical they play all year?
Well, I think you can go back to Lavelle Edwards. And so when Lavelle Edwards was coaching, everybody was talking about football, the offensive side of BYU. No one mentioned the defense. But you go back and look at the great teams, the defense was a key in all of it. And so I think that's kind of Kyle Whittingham played for Lavelle. He was a middle linebacker. Yeah. So when you look at that and you see Andy Reid and Steve Sarkisian, all these guys that understand the game, it's like the offense gets all the attention, but your defense needs to be stable and needs to have a great foundation and probably can establish the toughness that you're going to get on the team. The best way to prepare your offense is have a defense that they have to go against every day, and then it works hand in hand. So it's been working for so many others. Yeah. It'd be foolish for me not to do the same.
When you look at the schedule as well, Portland State, Stanford at ECU, we were having fun with that one a moment ago. Then you get into league play at Colorado. I mean, we'd like to think we know what we're talking about up here. It's a favorable start for you. I know you won't readily admit that, but schedule-wise, you got to feel pretty good.
Yeah, I mean the schedule is what it is. The East Carolina game was back in when we were independent, and that's a tough place to play.
It is.
Last time we went out there, we lost, and so we got some. For me as a head coach, we got some payback that we got to get to, and they're a well-coached team, and so it's a cool environment. I want our guys to embrace it. We have a bye week before that game, and then we get into it'll be a catalyst and something that can help us get into the season with our conference. So. Nothing's easy. You can look at everybody's conference schedule. I mean, and the overall schedule. College football is hard everywhere. I just love being a part of it, and the only way to get ready for it is actually be physical, and let's get ready to roll. And this is a physical conference, and I love being in it.
Quick behind-the-scenes story for you real quick as we head to break. So you guys played a lot of 10:15 p.m. Eastern games on ESPN last year. Myself, Joey Galloway, Dan Mullen, we'd be sitting in studio because we couldn't do college football final till you got done, and your games always came down to the wire. And we're like, BYU, man, they are going late, and they are going entertaining, but it was certainly fun to watch. We look forward to seeing that again out of you this year.
Yeah, I mean, it's going to be a lot of fun. Hopefully we can come out on top of all those games, but love who we get to play against and appreciate you guys, telling our story and promoting our conference.
And for the sake of college football fight, you could put some of those away earlier, like in the third quarter for us. That would
be just load up a couple first half highlights. Yeah, that'd be perfect.
Easier said than done, but I'll work on it, guys. For you guys, you've given me more motivation to get it back.
Kalani Sitake, we appreciate your time. Coming up, some BYU players, including Chase Roberts, probably the best receiver in the conference, and that's saying something. He'll catch up with Katie George as well. LJ Martin when we return live to Frisco and Big 12 Media Days.
Beautiful.
How's my hair look?
Please let me make sure.
Phil, you got
Hair
Katie.
goes like different directions.
It is all over the place.
Okay, it's good.
Is Matt tossing, or am I taking it out?
It or not?
Dude, no, it was 2019.
Zach Wilson, yeah.
Oh, wow. And he,
You don't need to look into the camera if you don't want. It's always a little awkward if you're staring it down. But am I good here? You want me to flip? Yep.
I'm gonna go on the other side.
Woo.
Hold on, so you can't do that.
I can't. Can we just keep it how it does?
It's not set up to go.
Yeah. Sorry. Then we have to like rearrange all this.
Frisco, Texas. We are back outside the Star, home of the Dallas Cowboys. Audio hiccup was on me. Had the volume turned down on my mic. Didn't think I was on air. But here we are. A lot of TV. Katie George saved the show. I just butchered that rejoin.
I couldn't hear you, which means that was a good thing for everybody's sake, Matt. No, just kidding. I'm here with BYU running back LJ Martin, as well as wide receiver and team captain Chase Roberts. Off-season is dwindling down. Does that excite you to get back in action in fall camp, or would you like a little bit more time off?
No, I think we're ready to go out there and go play football again.
Yeah.
Off-season workouts suck. They're hard. We want to go play football,
I hear you.
We're ready.
I hear you want to face somebody else other than your brother.
That's right.
When you think back to last season, LJ, you guys go 11-2 overall, just shy of the Big 12 title game. What are you most proud about the way that you guys performed a season ago?
I'm proud of how in every game we always fought. We always just went out there and gave it our all and did it to the best of our ability, so that's what I'm most proud of.
Chase, given the fact that you guys were obviously so close to playing just on the street at Jerry's World, where do you feel like this group needs to take a step forward this season?
I think just doubling down on our team culture, and this offseason has been perfect for us. I think we really doubled down on that and came together as brothers. And when you're on the field and you trust the guy next to you, it helps so much in those crunch time games where I think we could have pulled out a couple more wins last year.
For you personally, last year was maybe going to be your final season at BYU.
Yeah.
You decide to return for another year. What led to that decision?
A lot of prayer and weighing out the pros and cons. I feel like being in Provo and the network and playing another year of football with the team that we have this year was just, it came down to a no-brainer. And I really am excited for this season to be back with LJ and some of my teammates that I've come so close with, as well as, upping the draft stock and hoping to play at the next level.
LJ, for you went for 718 yards a season ago. Where did you focus most this offseason in improving your game?
I would say probably speed.
Okay.
That's something I really emphasized this offseason, and along with everything else, I feel like I could get better in all aspects of my game. But speed was a big one.
Are you faster than Chase?
Oh.
Yeah. Hey, barely. We did do some of the laser stuff, but
so yes.
So yes, we'll take that. Chase,
no, it's back and forth.
You'll settle it on the field this season.
Yeah.
Chase, given the quarterback situation currently, obviously change is upcoming. What can you tell us about the other three quarterbacks in the room and what they bring to the table?
Yeah, we're all very confident in each of them, and we've had a lot of reps with them this offseason. So, next man up. We're just ready to go. We have a great team, so we're just confident that any of the quarterbacks that step in, that they're going to take leadership as they have been and take control of the team and go win some games.
LJ, what's Coach Satake's message just been about adapting to that change?
He's just been saying nothing changes. The standard is still the same, and as long as the standard's there, we're going to be all right, and nothing's going to change for us.
How would you guys just describe the overall depth and competition in the Big 12? You guys went through it a season ago. Obviously, there was a lot of parity. How would you describe what you're looking forward to this season?
Yeah, it's huge. That's why the Big 12 is so fun. You never know who's going to be that team that year that just goes and dominates and takes the world by storm. So we're excited for every game, and we're not going to go into it. We're going to respect everyone, I guess, that we play. So we're just excited to go compete and go show again that we're one of the powerhouses of the Big 12.
Well, Chase, LJ, we appreciate your time very much. Best of luck this upcoming season.
Thank you so much.
Thank you for having us.
Absolutely. Matt?
Yeah, Katie, from the offensive side of the ball to the defensive side of the ball for BYU, Isaiah Glasker, kind enough to join us now. How much do you like smacking the offensive guys in practice?
It's always nice, especially going against LJ. Just let me know that I'm still here.
We just had your head coach on. He said the same thing. He's like, look, our defense in BYU, when you look at the program and its history, everyone wants to talk about the offense, but it's the defense. It's the hard nose with which we play that has set the standard for the program. How important is that for you to be one of the leaders of the defense to really set the toughness for the team?
It's really important, just because, especially with our front seven too. It's like we have a new transfer, Keanu Tanuvasa, and especially him coming makes my job a little bit easier because we have another leader on the field, especially with Jack Kelly too as well.
Is it strange just having guys coming over from Utah and all of a sudden they're your teammates? Like that's got to be like
wait a second, you?
What? Hang on, you were good actually. Yeah, you could come over here. Is that not a weird world that we're living in?
It's a little weird, especially because I grew up a Utah fan my whole life, and it's like as soon as I committed to BYU, got rid of all my red. So it's like I don't really have hate for Utah at all. It's just kind of mutual both sides. So I'm grateful that both of them came over, him and Carson Ryan. So.
Yeah.
I would just stay there real quick, Brock, just quickly, because the BYU-Utah rivalry game nationally doesn't get the kind of credit and coverage that it deserves. How bitter and how intense is that game between the two of you?
Honestly, you just have to be there to see it yourself. Yeah, you get like the Auburn, Alabama's, but the BYU Utah football game, it's like the atmosphere. You can just, by walking in the stadium, you just already know, and it's like nobody really talks about it until you actually get on the field, and it's like usually you play these other teams and people are taking plays off. Utah is just clashing the whole time, I feel like, and you get the fans chirping at you. It's really exciting environment.
So I was fortunate enough to be on the call last year for that game, and that was the first time I had experienced the game, and I have to admit, that's the loudest I've ever heard a football stadium.
Sure.
And the way those two defenses were hitting throughout the game, unbelievable. And that's kind of what I want to ask you. You know, the physicality of a BYU defense. How do you guys bring that mentality week in and week out? Because it's always there.
Mm-hmm. Really just the coaching. I feel like my coach, Justin Enna, he's a hard-nosed dude, played at Utah, and I know he coaches us every day just to be like on top of everything. And then you got Jay Hill, who came from Utah as well, and I don't know, they just teach toughness, so that's where we get it from.
So looking at last year, a couple picks, right? 3 picks, you had the pick 6. Mm-hmm. You also played wide receiver in high school, correct? Played a little safety as well, played both ways. You settle now at linebacker. Was it strange kind of making that transition early, and now that's kind of probably why all of us are like, all right, he hadn't been playing linebacker that long. Sky's the limit for what could be coming. But how do the instincts that you learned playing receiver and safety now help you as a pass rusher and as an edge presence?
It honestly makes it a little bit easier because it's like, especially in my position playing outside linebacker, it's like you're dropping in coverage all the time, and then being able to learn the aspects of pass rushing and stuff from your coaches, it just makes the game like so much easier. So
when you look at last year, 11-2, tied for first in the Big 12, the tiebreaker scenario didn't go your way. How much hunger did that leave this team knowing how close you were a year ago?
I feel like it's just going to drive us even more this year. I'm saying we felt like we should have won those last 2 games, but I feel like our team is just going to be even that much better this year just because we're hungry and we want it. So,
Jack Kelly, Tanner Wall, Tanuvasa, you just mentioned his name, yourself, guys that are going to be playing on Sundays. I think going into last season, nobody really knew exactly what the BYU defense was going to be. We knew you guys are going to be physical, but we didn't know what the production level was going to be. You all have so much experience. You're coming back. What did you see in that defense in spring ball as you guys head into fall camp?
Really just the unity. I feel like our team, we're super close. All of us are doing team activities together, and I feel like that's what really made us the type of team we are now. So it's like, I really, like me, I could talk to anybody, hang out with anybody on my team, and it'd be the same with, say, Jack, you know what I'm saying? So that's what really made us united, I feel like.
And do you want us to talk to Coach and get you an offensive package since you used to play receivers? We can do that. Whatever you need.
Me and Jay already had that discussion.
We'll see if we can make it happen. Isaiah, best of luck this season. Continued health. We look forward to seeing you play again this year.
I appreciate that. Thank you, guys.
BYU, again, one of the teams in this conference, 11-2 a year ago. They return a lot of players. They're going to be something to be dealt with, is BYU. Coming up, he returns to Orlando. Scott Frost, head coach of UCF, once again will join us when we return our live coverage from Big 12 Media Days. We continue our journey here. Big 12 Media Days, Frisco, Texas, the Star, home of the Dallas Cowboys, and UCF trying to bounce back from a year ago, 2-7 in conference play, 4-8 overall, as they look to rebuild and get back to the glory days of one Scott Frost, the head coach at UCF, who returns to campus to try to get them back. And this is the best we're going to look all day because the Knight is actually running the camera. It's about time they got McElroy in focus. Welcome back, Coach Frost. Welcome back to UCF. How's it felt to come essentially home for you?
It's been great. My wife and I had our first child there. We loved it there for 2 years. Obviously took a detour then, but it was a pretty easy decision when they offered the job again to go back home, a place we feel like is home, and people that have treated us so well and are continuing to do so. So I'm excited to try to help UCF get back where it should be.
When you did get the call, I always find this fascinating. You stay out of the job for a couple of years, and then you get the call to return. When you get the call to return to a place where you had so much success, what was that moment like for you that kind of solidified that, yep, this is what I want to do, this is where I want to go back?
I was actually in LA with the Rams and flew down to Dallas here to meet with the guys from UCF, and I think it was that interview and just kind of seeing Terry Mahajer, our AD, and the other people surrounding the program and their vision for what they wanted, and knowing how good a place it had been to me the first time, and how easy it is to recruit there with the talent around, and how beautiful our campus and city are. I was excited to try to help them kind of recapture their position in college football.
It's kind of amazing. I mean, when you left, the world and the landscape was so different. I mean, of course, in the AAC, now in the Big 12. So the job you left, very different than the job you inherited. How have you kind of embraced the new challenges that the current version of UCF is trying to deal with?
UCF has unique growth potential, and it's changed since I've been there. You know, it's such a new school, but it's such a big student body that the alumni base will continue to grow, the support will continue to grow. I'm excited, kind of helped along that path once, and I'm excited to be a part of that ride again. College football's changed too.
Yeah.
I had to learn on the fly with all this new rev share and NIL and everything going on, and I think we did a good job putting together not just a talented group of kids, but a high character group of guys, and I'm excited to get to work with them.
Coach, I'm curious. You mentioned that last season you were with the Los Angeles Rams and Coach Sean McVay, and I think as players we learn from one another, and you coaches learn from one another. What is maybe a nugget or two that you picked up from being on Coach McVay's staff?
I think the biggest thing is just the tremendously talented people he surrounded himself with. From top to bottom, everybody in that building is awesome to be around and pulls the rope in the same direction. Sean is unbelievable. He knows every assignment that every player on the field has, offense and defense, and he's able to help everyone. We started out slow last year when I was a part of it, and he did a great job of staying even keel so that nobody panicked and they got back on track, and it was a great experience for me, and I'm grateful to those guys for giving me a chance to do it.
We talked about landscape, you talked about the recruiting, and really when you look at UCF and its position in the state of Florida and in college football, there's so much talent in and around that area. It seems to me in this new era, you're in a perfect spot to get the guys the second time around that perhaps left to go somewhere else the first time that want to come back home. How advantageous is that for you now with the way college football has evolved since you were last at UCF?
We're going to focus not just on transfers, but on local homegrown kids too the first time around. But you're right, on top of a lot of other things, the transfer portal seems to be a giant mechanism to get kids back closer to home. And we got calls from a lot of kids that had gone off and done well that wanted to come back closer to home and play football. So we'll welcome those kids back with open arms. Obviously, it's a negotiation for every player on your team now, so that plays into it. But in general, Florida kids want to be back in Florida, and if they're the right ones, we'd love to have them back.
Plus, no state income tax. That's a win as well.
Great call.
A new advantage that we're constantly learning about. Quarterback competition right now. I know that's something that's yet to be decided. What do you want to see from those guys that are vying for that job to see who's going to tee it up as your guy week one?
Yeah, in spring, we saw a lot from all three of them that would lead us to believe they can be successful. I'll tell you the truth. I would go into the season with any one of the three and feel feel good that they can go win us games. I just haven't seen any separation yet. So I'm anxious for somebody to really take that next step forward and take the lead. We're not just going to anoint anyone. It's got to be earned, and however long that takes, that's how long it takes to figure it out. But the sooner it kind of reveals itself, I think the better we'll be for continuity and reps.
Going back to your year in the National Football League, and then when you talk about the college football landscape, salary cap, right, portal guys, you have an exodus of guys, but then you have 40 newcomers come in. I have to assume you spent some time in the front office maybe talking with some of those guys in the NFL and how they manage all those things on a day-to-day basis?
Yeah, I did. You said 40. We have 68 new players on our football team, I think. I don't know if we're leading the country in that.
Wow.
But, and taking all those guys and making them a team is going to be a challenge. I did spend a lot of time with the front office guys and seeing how they evaluated and those things. The difference is right now we don't know if there's an actual salary cap in college football or not. I think that's what they're intending. I'm rooting for it. I hope it happens. I think it'll make college football a better game, but TBD if they're going to actually make that happen and people are going to stick to that. And when one team has a cap and the other doesn't, that gets a little hard and the evaluation gets more difficult. But we'll see where all this lands, and I know smart people are working to try to make this a better situation.
If the smart people would have worked on this years ago, we wouldn't be in the stupid situation we're in now. But that's a whole other conversation for a different show. 3 straight home games to open up the season in your second stint at UCF. At least schedule-wise, you get to be in front of the home crowd. That includes against Bill Belichick, North Carolina, September 20th. But when you look at your schedule as a whole, this Big 12 conference, top to bottom, probably is the deepest in the country.
It is. I've been watching the league from afar for a couple years, and what I love about the league is it's fair and it's balanced. Mm-hmm. You can make an argument any team in this league could win this league if they put it together and play well, and I don't think that's the case in every league. Excited to be in it. 3 home games, I think, with a younger, more inexperienced team that hasn't played together. I think that's going to help us. I played for Bill for 2 years with the New York Jets when I was starting my career, so I haven't seen him in a long time, but I know how great a coach he is, so we'll have a real challenge there.
That'd be fun if you could hang one on Belichick. Like,
that'd be great.
You're in my world now, big boy. Coach, welcome back. So good talking to you. Can't wait to see what you do a second time around at UCF. We're going to keep the UCF theme. We're going to go over to Katie now with one of the Golden Knights' best players. Katie?
Thanks, Matt. I'm with running back Miles Montgomery. Miles, you're looking sharp. Please show off this custom suit that you came to Dallas in.
We got the custom suit. We got the UCF on the inside, custom made for Miles Montgomery. Then we got the Miles on the cuff.
I love that. I don't know if you can see the cuff here. We'll turn it that way.
Then
got his name.
All the way down to the socks. I'm UCF'd out today. UCF out today.
I love it. I absolutely love it. You look great. You look very sharp. You said that some of the other guys here today went with a little bit louder suits.
They're not louder, but they just got some more customization. I'm not going to spoil it. You have to wait. I'm not going to spoil their suits, but yeah.
What's the offseason been like for you under new head coach Scott Frost down in Central? Oh, we've got a visitor here. Hi, Nitro. What's going on, buddy?
It's been different just because now I have a leadership role that I'm into.
Mm-hmm.
Usually I'm just the guy who's just not really talkative, just doing everything right. But it's been good. I've learned a lot about myself too, just being vocal and how much of influence I really have.
Do you feel like you've had to push yourself out of your comfort zone to be able to do that for the team?
Yeah, I really wasn't much of a talker at first, but now it's like second nature to me. I love it. I love leading people. I love the guys counting on me.
What was your first impression when Scott Frost decided to take over?
I don't know. I was pretty just optimistic. I didn't really know. I didn't know him, so I don't know what to expect. But I will say it's good having a younger coach because you can relate to him more. I've been saying all day today, everything everyone ever said about Coach Frost is true. He's such a good dude. He's got some swagger to him too.
Yeah, in what ways?
It's just he's kind of like one of us in a way. I can't really explain it too much. You see him today, he's got a suit on and some Jordans. You want to play for a guy like that.
For sure. Now you spent some time playing alongside R.J. Harvey a season ago. He amassed 1,600 rushing yards last season. What were some of the lessons you learned from playing with him?
I learned a lot from him. I tried my best to do literally everything he did. Right? I'd be a fool not to seeing the success. But I have a lot of work to do. I got my work cut out for me, but it shouldn't be too hard. I've already been preparing myself to fill R.J. Harvey's shoes.
With that, the quarterback question is still up in the air going into the fall camp. How much responsibility do you and the other running backs feel to be a really strong point of emphasis in this offense this fall?
Yeah, I just feel like being able to run the football, like that'll help a quarterback out, right? Because the defense has to worry about something other than passing the ball. So it should make it easy on all of them. But yeah, that's really the focal point.
When you think back to last season, going into this year, I'd say maybe a season ago was a bit underwhelming.
Yeah.
What are the expectations and the vision that Coach Frost has for you guys?
Coach, he's really trying to instill in us, one, brotherhood, and two, winning at all costs. We want to win in everything we do. Everything's a competition, no matter what the outside world tells you. Like in our building, everything's a competition. So we're just having that winning mindset, and that'll transfer over to the field.
Well, we wish you the best of luck, Miles. Thanks for stopping by and visiting
Thank
us. Thanks, Nitro. We appreciate your presence, your silent presence as well. Matt Barry, how's it hanging?
Yeah, Katie, if you could ever get a mascot to break code and talk, guaranteed Emmy. Guaranteed Emmy, because the mascots won't talk unless you're the West Virginia Mountaineer, and he's a real person. So
yeah, I think West Virginia and Notre Dame might be the only two.
We'll break into the mascot conversation later as we embark on 5 hours of TV. UCF is kind of an interesting scenario. Gus Malzahn departs. He's now the offensive coordinator at Florida State. He's over there with Mike Norvell. Bring back Scott Frost, which is probably the most popular thing you can do because of the height that he got that program in his couple of years there. But you know one thing's for certain. With new players, it's probably not going to be as easy sledding as they want it to be, but you know Scott Frost is going to bring an offense back to town.
Well, the thing that they had the last time around was speed, right? And it wasn't so much philosophical. It was just down in, down out. They had dudes that could run at every position, and that's a difficult thing to prepare for. And in a league now that has evolved to the point where it's a little bit more line of scrimmage, a little more ground and pound, a team that can neutralize any physical advantage some teams might have with speed, I think does make things really interesting. I've always believed that UCF's going to be a real player in the Big 12. I think it's been challenging here in these first couple years. But in time, I'm a believer in where this program could go, and at least they have a guy that's done there and been to the mountaintop before.
Absolutely. He has the winning formula. You think back to 2017, an undefeated season, and Matt touched on it. You have to think about the recruiting hotbed that the Southeast and specifically Florida is. And that's where Scott Frost finds himself. And then on top of that, we know he knows how to produce high-powered offenses, score points. You know, this situation reminds me a lot of Kenny Dillingham when he took over Arizona State. Young coach that you can believe in. He brought in 68, and then as he was walking away from the desk, he said, well, maybe it was 69 new players on the roster this year. So we don't really know what to expect, but I know he will create belief, and they will be better.
You know, the comparable, too, that I kind of look at the UCF gig relative to another team that jumped into a big conference that's in a recruiting hotbed, Rhett Lashley and SMU. Because he'll just flat out tell you, me being in DFW, with all the talent that's around here, with all the talent that left to Texas, that left to Oklahoma, that wants to come back home, I'll get them on the come around, and I'll win big with them. And I think that's what UCF is looking for when Scott Frost, when you get all those players maybe gone to Miami, Florida State, Alabama, Georgia, hey, I want to come home. You can win big like Rhett is doing at SMU.
Yeah, and SMU does have some billionaires to assist.
It does help. Preston Hall is a nice neighborhood
as well. Yeah, Highland Park, University Park, really nice zip code. But I really think there are some comparables. There are some parallels there. I think the tough thing for UCF right now is that they felt a little bit like an outpost there for a little bit. Now everyone's kind of an outpost because of how big the landscape has gotten here in the Big 12. But I think their advantage in Florida as a destination Power 4 program is significant. And while there's always going to be the Florida States, the Floridas, the Miamis, and all those in the world, there is absolutely, with the size and the reach of UCF and the brand, frankly, that UCF has become, there is an opportunity for significant growth there. And I think right now where you're getting UCF is about as low as it might be able to get.
Yeah,
so
get
you're getting them on sale
Agreed.
before they could make a surge here in the time to
Because
come.
when that bounce house is going, I mean, it is a fun place to watch a college football game. So much to continue here live from Big 12 Media Days. Talk to the head coach at Texas Tech earlier, and Joey McGuire. Now the stars of one of college football's silent playoff contenders coming up, including their quarterback, Behren Morton. When they return live to Frisco in Big 12 Media Days. How about the Star, Frisco, Texas? Welcome back to Big 12 Media Days, powered by Microsoft Copilot, your everyday AI companion. It has been an all day for Texas Tech. Quarterback Baron Morton. Okay, so when we were in the lobby, kind of fuzzy-eyed this morning, 7:30, you guys are running around in a full uniform.
Yes, sir.
What were you doing?
Yeah, we had to get up around 7 this morning, and then from there we were headed off to full pads. We did video shoots, intro videos for about 4 hours. So
I kind of wanted to see you guys pick teams with all the other 8 teams here and just get a game going.
Yeah, hey, I'm with it. We can do that for sure.
But it's good seeing you. Glad to have you back at Texas Tech for another year and a team that a lot of people are picking to contend in the Big 12. First of all, your health. I know a lot of people want to know, how is your shoulder? How's everything going into
Yes, sir.
This
offseason's been great. I just got released about 3 weeks ago. I got my surgery up in California from Dr. Elatrosh. Everything went great. I'm stronger than I was before surgery, so it was a much-needed surgery, but I feel really good now, and I'm really excited about this season.
I know it kills everybody not to be out there during spring, getting the reps, getting all that stuff, new offense, all these things. How did you make the most of your time while being limited?
Yes, sir. I mean, this is my 4th offensive coordinator of college, so getting to learn from multiple offenses has been very beneficial. But meeting all the new guys, we have 35 new transfers, so just trying to create a relationship with those guys off the field, on the field. Their play style, how they play. But it's been a really beneficial offseason, and really looking forward to this season.
As a former quarterback and Greg and you up here, I know quarterbacks go into the offseason and we always have goals, right? I want to get better here, here, and here. This is how I'm going to do it. Talk to me a little bit about when you looked at your film from last season and then you found out who your new offensive coordinator was going to be. What did you want to accomplish before week 1 starts?
Yes, sir. I mean, getting to see the film study of Cam Ward, he got to play for Coach Leftwich at Incarnate Word, and so I got to watch all his tape. He's a really powerful quarterback, and so getting to learn all the traits that he did off the field. Coach Leftwich kind of helped me out with that aspect, but looking forward to this season and just trying to extend more plays to being healthy with a healthy shoulder, getting out of the pocket when things aren't there, things I haven't got to do in the past, and so really looking forward to just trying to elevate the game.
Quarterbacks, because I know both of these guys well, and just off the field, you guys are probably the most critical of yourself.
Yes, sir.
You're perfectionists because you have to be, because it's the toughest position to play in sports. So from your own prism, what do you want to improve on through camp and then throughout this season?
Yes, sir. I think just, learning this offense to a T, getting the ins and outs of the X's and O's, but past that, I think my lower half, using my lower half in the body of, creating deeper throws, and like I said, extending plays. I think that's got to be a real addition to my game, elevating, getting out of the pocket and, creating plays when things aren't there. Just getting back in the routine of, operating healthy again. I haven't got to play a healthy season since my redshirt freshman year. So, it's going to be a lot different playing with a healthy shoulder. I'm really excited about it.
Now, you're from Central Texas.
Yes, sir.
Right, kind of outside Cisco, a little bit east of Abilene, right?
Yes,
Eastland?
Yes, sir. Eastland.
Okay, so being a kid from Texas, I'm from Dallas. I went to South Lake Carroll. So, I know the weight that is kind of on your shoulders as a guy that's representing the Texas Tech Red Raiders. I get that. I was committed to Texas Tech. I totally understand it. But do you ever feel like an extra level of motivation knowing that you are representing your state? And as a Texan, we're obviously very proud of this state.
Yes, sir, for sure. My dad was a high school football coach in Texas for 32 years. He just retired, and so he was actually the head coach at Lubbock Monterey when I was born in Lubbock. I got to see Graham
blue
Harrell.
helmets.
Yes, sir.
Yeah, those are sweet.
The baby blue.
Yeah,
yes,
those
sir.
are sweet.
I got to see Graham Harrell, the Michael Crabtree, and all the greats play in that era at Texas Tech. And so to be in the position that I am today, it's such an unreal feeling to be, where I'm at. And Coach McGuire always says, be where your feet are. And, we're in a great opportunity. We have a lot of pressure, but, with pressure comes opportunity. So, just trying to make the most of it. And, it's going to be fun.
Speaking of that pressure, a lot of new big name additions to this roster and high expectations going into the season. Give me some examples of things that you guys have done throughout the offseason to come together as a unit.
Yes, sir. We eat breakfast every day after our Wednesday workout. We take the guys out to breakfast. We have breakfast. For the July 4th, I had about 15 guys come down to our little ranch lease that we had back in Eastland, and just, getting to know those guys, all over the country. I mean, Lee Hunter from Alabama and Mello Heights has played at 4 other colleges. So just guys like that and getting to know them, it's been really cool to see all the backgrounds of where football has taken people.
Why'd you decommit from Texas Tech? I had to wait my turn to get the question.
They didn't run it enough. It was Mike Leach. That was the problem. I wanted quarterback power. They just wouldn't do it.
They were offering more in Tuscaloosa at the time. Hey, Barron, continued success. Stay healthy for us because we cannot wait to see this Texas Tech football team this year. Good luck to you. And you know it's going to be a big difference between winning and losing this year? You've got one of the best defensive players in the conference. And for more on that, we go back over to Katie George.
Matt, I am with him right now, starting linebacker Jacob Rodriguez from Texas Tech. Let's start with some recent news. Just yesterday, it was announced that Jacob here is the Big 12 preseason Defensive Player of the Year. Congratulations on that acknowledgement. What did you think of it, and how did you find out?
I thought it was really cool. I found out I got a text from McGuire. He sent me, I'm not really on social media too much, and so he sent me all of the edits that they put out. And yeah, I thought it was really cool. I was very thankful for it, and it's something I'm looking forward to prove people right.
You know, you led the conference in total tackles and solo stops a year ago. With being so consistent in what you do for this Texas Tech defense, where does your game go from here? Where did you want to improve the most this offseason?
I wanted to improve a lot of things that are, tangible and stuff that I can work on. A lot of hand placement and just, technique stuff that I can do to improve. The effort's always going to be there, and I know that I'll always put the best I have into that game. But, my teammates and those guys are, we have some incredible teammates, and the new D-line that we have, and I know my job's not going to be as hard as it was, and they're going to make life super easy for me.
Coach McGuire and the staff were extremely busy in the offseason, bringing in so many different transfers. What did you think of the job that they did and the talent that they've infused into this roster overall?
It's phenomenal. I think they did an amazing job, and I think that those guys are the best in the business, and they do a very good job with the people that we bring in, not only football players, but people. And so we always talk about kind of who's in the building is supposed to be there. I think those guys fit the mold exactly. They're great people on and off the field.
What's it like trying to get those guys acclimated and infusing them into the roster, making them feel comfortable, right? Because you've got, 6-7 months to get them invested, and then you guys hit the ground running in your season.
Yeah, 100%. Even less time for some.
Yeah.
And so it's a challenge to try to get those guys to buy into what we're talking about. But everybody who's supposed to be in the building is here, and so we love every single one of them. And kind of they jumped in, head first, and they're all in for us, and they're believing in what we're talking about, and so they're right along with us.
Just quickly, NIL has obviously taken over this space. Texas Tech has become a juggernaut in that. What does that say about the athletic program and just the people that want to contribute to what you guys are doing down in Lubbock?
Yeah, I think Red Raiders are everywhere. I think everywhere you go, you see the double T, and it just kind of shows us that people really believe in us and what we can do. And I think this will be the first year of many that we're kind of coming along, and then we'll be here to stay.
There's certainly high expectations in Lubbock. Best of luck this year.
Thank you.
We appreciate you for stopping by.
Yes, ma'am. Thank you.
Matt?
Katie, thank you. You do not want to see the Red Raiders on your schedule. They got something special brewing out there in Lubbock. We talked to the quarterback. They're going to be fun to watch. We have done the coaches throughout the morning. We've got a coaches roundtable coming up. Plus, we've got players from all of the 8 teams represented here today. We've got that and more as our marathon coverage continues. Big 12 Media Days here live in Frisco, Texas.
The other for questions? to Big 12 Media Days here in Dallas, rolling along. We're going to give you a reprieve from Matt Barry as he gets ready for the Coaches Roundtable up on the main set. We are now joined by quarterback from Cincinnati, Brendan Sorsby. Brendan, so good to be with you. Thanks for joining us. I hear not so happy memories in this exact building. Tell us what happened last time you were here.
Yeah, so last time I was here, definitely not the happiest of memories. My senior year, broke my throwing hand right over there about the 10 or 15 yard line. Not great. Obviously, all my buddies still remember it. I still remember it. Definitely ruined my senior year for me, but we're here now, so definitely a full circle moment.
Making new memories today.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, happy memories now. Were you going in on the 15 or coming out on the 15?
No, we were going in. Still ended up scoring, ran a touchdown in. I looked over at my coach. I'm like, listen, this is not good. My hand is not good. So end up scoring a touchdown. Was banging on my chest, and then I was like, yeah, that just probably broke it officially if it wasn't
That's
already.
how you go out.
Yeah, for sure.
So when you look at last year and everything, what were you proud of with what was accomplished? Because there was a lot of great moments looking back at everything.
Obviously proud of how we started. We had some really good things that happened for us. We found a way to stay in every ball game, I guess, as well. Really didn't just get beat ever whenever we did lose. Obviously there was a game here or there, but I feel like a lot of times we were just shooting ourselves in the foot. That was the biggest takeaway from last year. And this offseason we really focused on being disciplined, playing disciplined football, and just finding ways to go out and win games instead of finding ways to lose games. So I feel really good about the group we have going into this next year, and I'm excited for what we can do.
Brendan, I'm always curious about what quarterbacks are doing in their offseason. I know you go back and you watch all your tape and you review the good, the bad, and you start making lists of what you want to improve upon. What do you want to get better at as you head into week one?
I would say just overall, just settle into the game early on. Know that every play doesn't have to be a home run. Know that every play is also, there's a chance that it could be a home run, and don't always just take the check down, but also don't be afraid to take the check down as well. Looking back at film last year, there were so many things you probably know as well, playing quarterback, that it's like you look back and you're like, whoa, like I hope I never do that ever again. There's definitely a few of those from last year, but I would say I'm excited to get back out there this year and showcase what I can do again, and I feel really good about where I'm at as a player and where we're at as a team right now. Just all the work that we put in this offseason is going to pay off for us.
Brendan, it was known in the offseason that other schools showed some interest in you. Why did you ultimately stay at Cincinnati to see this through?
I love Cincinnati, and like I said earlier, I was like, we started out really hot. We beat some really good teams, and we, lost some close ones to some really good teams. And I know that this team can be special. I knew that, obviously the system fits me. I can run a little bit, I like to think. So, obviously Coach Sat likes to run the quarterback. And, I don't want to be known as the guy that's just bouncing around place to place. I want to be the reason that we're here in Dallas playing for a Big 12 championship, and I feel like we have the group of guys to do that.
You have a bunch of new pieces around you, though. I mean, you look at the offensive line, some new additions there. Corey won't be next to you there in the backfield, so a couple new faces there, talented guys, and some new guys on the outside. So how have you kind of developed a rapport so far with some of your new teammates?
Luckily, we were able to get all of our wideouts and running backs and skill position guys that, I need to be on the same page with back in January. So we had a full spring, and those guys are, a bunch of freaks. We got some speed now. We got some size, guys that can go make plays. I'm excited for those guys. And then we got Tawee Walker from Wisconsin, to try to come fill Corey's shoes. Obviously a great back in Corey. But I'm excited to see what we can do on offense this year. I think we would be really special.
Speaking of those weapons, talk to me about your tight end, Joe Royer. You guys had a great connection last year. How are you going to build upon that going into this season?
Both of us just watching back from last year, there were still so many opportunities that we left on the field. I like to think he's the best tight end in the country. And whenever you have that privilege of having the best tight end in the country, it makes your life easier, especially whenever he's going to be an NFL tight end and, can block in the pass game. You have to be nice to him as well, because you still got to remember he's got to block for you in the pass game as well. So, but obviously, having these new wideouts and, these elusive running backs, hopefully open up some more opportunities for him as well. And maybe he can get some bigger yardage gains next year going into it. Maybe he's not getting double teamed as much and all that stuff.
Well, we appreciate the time, and we wish you the best of luck this
Appreciate
upcoming season. We'll say
Thank you all.
goodbye to you, and we'll say hello to his teammate Dante Corleone when he gets up here. The Cincinnati Bearcats obviously start the 2025 season against Nebraska at Arrowhead Stadium, which what an opportunity. That game was originally scheduled to be at Lucas Oil. There's some renovations going on up in Indianapolis, and so the change was made to Arrowhead. Travis Kelce apparently played a big factor in getting that done, so pretty incredible opportunity to be able to play the first game of the season at an NFL stadium. We'll get Dante set. Hi, how are you, Dante?
Good.
It's good to see you. Thanks for taking the time to join us. Now, you've been a projected draft pick for a couple of seasons in a row. What led to the decision for you to return to Cincinnati this season?
Yeah, it's maturity for sure. Just knowing the NFL could still be there, but maturity gonna go a long way, you know, because they don't want to develop people for long in the NFL. So you got to be as top shape as you can. So I took that for a grain of salt, and I just stayed and got a lot better as far as the business side of it, and then like schooling wise.
Well, it was a trip. I remember a couple years ago, y'all were playing Pitt. I think it was week 1, maybe week 2. I don't remember when it was. I remember watching you be like, this guy's ridiculous. I looked him up. Dante Corleone's, oh, he's a killer. Yeah. You know what I mean?
Last year,
it would have been 2 years ago.
23, yeah, we played him at Pitt, yeah.
Yes, and I was like, this guy's, I'm wearing a single digit. This guy's a beast. Were you wearing 0 at the time?
No, I was wearing 2. That was Dewan Briggs that wore 0.
So you were wearing, all right, so 2 is, I was like, these 2 guys on the inside of Cincinnati are being a problem.
So the funny part about that, I was his backup.
Yeah.
And we both was all conference first team. Yeah. So like his leadership helped me a long way in my career.
Well, it's been amazing to watch you grow, man, and see what you become. It's amazing too to see the importance of the defensive tackle spot and how few there are, and how many teams are desperate to add one. I know you probably heard overtures throughout the offseason. We asked Brendan a second ago, why stay at Cincinnati? You say the same thing. Why is it that you feel so entrenched in this opportunity that you guys had this year?
Well, just first of all, just being a local kid, you know, just growing up. And then I'm from Coleraine, 15 minutes away. You know, mom, home-cooked meals, like you can't beat that type of stuff. But like just the legacy they brought from my high school to Cincinnati just goes a long way for me. And I just love showing up to work every day.
Yeah.
We wish we could spend so much more time with you. I'm sorry, we've got to get to the round table with the coaches. I'm going to blame Sorsby for taking too long to get out of the seat and get you. I know, quarterbacks, they're all about themselves, aren't they? We really appreciate the time, Dante. Best of luck this season.
Appreciate you.
All right, we'll be back with more Big 12 Media Days rolling along here in Dallas when we return.
The Godfather. Thank you, man. Good luck, man.
Welcome back to Dallas. Big 12 Media Days. Our team is dwindling. Now you've just got Katie George and Brock Osweiler, and Matt Berry's getting ready for the roundtable on stage with all 8 coaches. Greg McElroy has walked away to get ready for some quarterback breakdowns, which will be a ton of fun for him to have those conversations. Brock, as you look forward to this Big 12 conference play, Week 0 and Week 1 are massive for this conference, just given the notable matchups that we're going to see. And throughout the entire season, what are some of the notable games that you're most looking forward to watching?
Well, Katie, there's really a laundry list, and I think it's just because of the competitive balance throughout the conference. But when you look at that Week 0, the Big 12 kicks the college football season off. You have Iowa State and Kansas State kicking off in Dublin, Ireland, which is going to be so exciting. It's going to be on ESPN, ton of viewership. And then here's some of your notable Week 1 matchups that are non-conference. You see Auburn going down there to Waco to play a great Baylor Bears team that finished the year hot. You have Georgia Tech going up to see Coach Sanders in Boulder. That's going to be exciting. You have Utah, UCLA, and then Josh Hoover, Sonny Dykes, TCU head up to go play Bill Belichick in Chapel Hill. So there's no shortage of excitement when you look at the Big 12, when you look at key matchups early on, and I just can't wait to kick off this season.
Not to mention that Baylor also in Week 2 has to play against SMU and go on the road there. Like, that's a really tough schedule for Baylor right out of the gate before getting into conference play. We just had a conversation with Cincinnati players, Brendan Sorsby at QB. We've talked a lot throughout the day about just the quarterback depth and talent in this league. Where do you feel like Sorsby fits into that overall picture?
Well, obviously, whenever you're talking quarterbacks, you have to win football games. And I think that's why you're not hearing a ton about Brendan Sorsby throughout the offseason, because ultimately the Bearcats went 5-7 a season ago. But when you turn on the film and you break him down and you watch all of his games from last year, Brendan Sorsby does some great things on the field. The first thing that jumps out to me is he protects the football, and he completed 64% of his passes last season. The ball jumps out of his hands, he makes good decisions, and you have to remember back to last season. The Bearcats started 5-2. They were rolling. They were in the national conversation. Brendan Sorsby's playing great football. His tight end Joe Royer's having a big season. And then all of a sudden they go on a 5-game losing streak, and you kind of lose that conversation. So if Cincinnati can come out, win some football games early, you know, I'm excited to see what Brendan Sorsby can do throughout the football season.
Yeah, there's 9 returning quarterbacks with more than 2,400 yards from a season ago. Who's another quarterback on your radar that you feel like needs to take a step to add to consistency for its overall team?
I think it's Avery Johnson.
Okay.
And in a lot of ways, Avery Johnson is already one of the best quarterbacks within this conference and the entire country. But when you look at Kansas State, they came up a game short from getting to the Big 12 title a season ago. And some of that falls on Avery Johnson. When you look at their loss against BYU, when you look at their loss against Arizona State, he had some turnovers, and he wasn't very efficient through the air. We know how athletic he is. We know how dangerous Avery can be when he gets outside the pocket. The question going into this season is, has he grown as a pocket passer? Okay. Did his footwork get better? Is he more accurate? Is he making quicker decisions? Is he getting through progressions? And if Avery Johnson can do that, we already know he's right on the brink of being the total package. He's a dark horse Heisman. He's talked about across the country. I'm really excited to see what he can do, especially if he can improve that completion percentage.
A dark horse candidate for Heisman. I absolutely love that. Now, which quarterback in this conference do you feel like has the most pressure going into this season? Is it just as obvious as Sam Leavitt, given how well Arizona State did a season ago?
You know, I really think it's 2. I think the obvious choice would be Sam Leavitt because of how well he performed down the stretch on the biggest stage in the Big 12 title game and the Peach Bowl against Texas. But then you also have a guy right down the road in Lubbock, Texas, and Baron Morton, that we all know the conversation around the Texas Tech football team, the additions they made through the portal. There was a bit of a blank check at the end of the offseason to go make those portal acquisitions. And so everyone around that Texas Tech football program is expecting a conference championship, not just making it, but winning it and getting to the college football playoffs. So I think Baron Morton has just as much pressure on him as Sam Leavitt does to repeat as conference champions.
You know, I thought it was interesting. Obviously, the Big 12 did away with preseason, rankings for the entire conference. That was much in part because of what happened with Arizona State. But you still have people like Phil Still, who puts out his preseason ranking. Texas Tech was ranked in his 5th in the conference. I just don't think people fully understand how much they've infused talent onto that roster given how many transfers they brought in. Now, as you know, bringing in a ton of transfers sometimes can be at the detriment. You got to get them all rolling, but it's going to be really fascinating to watch that Texas Tech team this season. Now let's finally head over to Matt Barry, who's got all 8 coaches for the roundtable.
TV, so this shouldn't be too difficult. And I want to start and kind of frame the conversation like this. And Coach Frost, I'm going to start with you. As the newcomer to the Big 12 this year, you've had an opportunity to watch this league from afar. How would you describe the competitive balance of the Big 12?
Yeah, I mentioned that talking to you, just the watching from the outside. This is the one league where I feel like there's so many good schools in this league, and everybody plays well, but you can make an argument anybody in this league could win the league if they do things the right way. I think that makes for a competitive league that's a lot of fun to play in, coach in, and watch.
Yeah, Coach Campbell, we were talking about that this morning as well. We could list, all 8 schools represented here today could win this conference. When you have a conference that deep, with that much talent, and so many teams that can win it, how does that speak to the health of this league nationally with the other Power Fours?
Yeah, I just think it makes it really special. I think you look at the coaching staffs up here, you see the players that came with each of these staffs, and you got 8 great teams coming tomorrow. I think top to bottom, you tune into a Big 12 game on a Saturday, it's going to be a really great experience. And I think it's a credit to the coaches up here and what they've built, and the coaches coming tomorrow and what they've built.
Kenny, college football is in an era completely different than 2-3 years ago. It seems like it's changing every minute. As the conference champion from a year ago and where you sit now, what do you want to see happen, not only in this conference, but in college football big picture, to ensure the health of it moving forward?
Yeah, just to create some standards, whatever it is. I don't think anybody cares what the rules are. I just want to know the rules, right? Tell us where the sandbox is and we'll play in it. At the end of the day, this is a game. I know this is a business. I know it's a profession to everybody, but if anybody who's not in this, to see a kid go from an 18-year-old kid to a 22-year-old man and enter the real world is in it for the wrong reasons. So I think people always focus on the negative and the changing of college football. The reality is we get to impact a lot of young people every single day, and we should do it with every single power that we have in our body to help these kids achieve success in life.
And when you mention rules, does that include knowing what targeting looks like, or is that a whole...
No.
Okay.
I have heard more positive things about losing in my entire life. That we lost the football game, unfortunately. There's no excuses. If I have better scheme on 4th down, nobody talks about targeting.
Coach Aranda, similar question in college football. We need to put the smart people in a room to get this thing figured out. What do you want to see out of the sport now moving forward?
Well, just now that we're in revenue share mode, just the enforcement, I think, is going to be the strongest thing. I think if there's rules, that everyone's following the rules, I know it would help the programs that are represented here. If everyone's playing by those rules, and if there's people that are not, and they're trying to get this advantage or that advantage and try to go around the system, that there's some type of repercussions for that. I think that would be way helpful for us to move the game forward.
Coach Satterfield?
Yeah, I agree. I think certainly to echo off what both of the coaches said there, having some boundaries about what we have to do and what we can't do. I think sometimes, we sit here and talking like we're in the profession and we don't even know the rules.
Right.
It's difficult, and it's ever changing, and there's not anything that's been very stable over the last since 2020. The things have changed so much and so fast. So hopefully we can, garner this and set some boundaries, some rules, and then there are going to be some, ramifications if someone does break the rules.
Yeah, Coach Kleiman, from your seat, when you look at the challenges that's presented, really with everyone, there's schools that don't have the same issues as others, but what do you think would fix and keep the sport and make it healthy?
Yeah, I think these guys have hit it on the head. We all want to play by a set of rules, whatever those rules are. The other thing I think that would, in between the lines, help our game, and we as a coaching staff decided this in May. We didn't do a coaches poll this year, and the narrative really hurt the Big 12 last year. It hurt it with Kalani, and it hurt it with Kenny for a while, and I'd like to see the first polls come out when the CFP comes out, because then you've got 7 or 8 games rather than this team's supposed to be good, we'll keep them up there, and all of a sudden they start off 1-3 and they're still ranked 15th, and somebody like Kenny could be 4-0 and not even in the ballpark. We've got to change that narrative and give everybody a level playing field now that we're in a revenue sharing era.
Coach McGuire.
Yeah, I totally agree. And then Kalani brought it up. I mean, let's decide it on the field. You know, if we're sitting here talking about the playoffs, if you win the conference champion, you should be in the playoff. And then it's one of the deals, I know you said it a couple years ago, to where we all of a sudden now have cross-conference games that we're playing each other. I think that'd be a great way to do it. You know, I saw Brian Kelly say he'd love to play a big 10 team. Hey, man, I would love to play LSU, you know, home and home series, and whoever plays that, then, you know, we look at the rankings and everything like that. Coach?
Yeah, I think we got 3 non-conference games, and so why don't we just play the other 3 conferences for the 3 non-conference games? Pretty simple. And to echo what all the men have said up here, the game of college football will be even better the more you include coaches in the rules and in making the legislation. All that stuff needs to include more coaches, because these men have done a great job at protecting the game of football altogether. And the one thing I do love about all of them is that they do care about the student athletes, and they're focused on getting them their degree. And so the character of the men in this the coaching staff in this conference are amazing. So with overall, Big 12 conference is a great conference. Back to the question, I'm all about playing the game on the field. So let's, with the flexibility, let's try to figure out a way to get that done.
And is that an agreement amongst all of you, and that we're in a spot where we kind of don't know the criteria of getting to the college football playoff, other than we know if you win your conference, you get an automatic bid, and then there's the at-large bids. Is there something that you believe when you look at some of the other ideas being pitched around, the 5 and 11, you heard Brett Yormark talk about that today. Is that the best for college football in addition to this league?
I think it is right now. I'm on a couple of committees, and I think it is definitely right now until we can get uniformity in scheduling. You can't have some leagues playing 9 conference games and some leagues playing 8 conference games. So we've got to get on the same page there. And if we can do that, I still think if you have the 5 AQs and have 11 at-large teams, you go back to what these guys say, then you have some head-to-head matchups. And those head-to-head matchups, P4 versus P4 is going to matter.
Let me ask you this, Coach Frost. You were in the NFL a year ago. I mean, that's a professional sports league. That's the professional level of football. College seems to be trending that way. Is there anything that concerns you about where you believe the sport is headed?
Yeah, I think there's things that concern a lot of us. You know, Coach talked about the fairness right now, and Coach talked about wanting things to be decided on the field. At least in the NFL, you know what the rules are, you know what the salary cap is. Right now, at the end of the day, things are decided on the field, but way before that, they're decided in bank accounts. And that needs to be leveled out. Like Coach said, if there's some enforcement and everybody's playing by the same rules, I think it's a better game. It's a sad state of affairs in college football if he who has the richest boosters wins, and I don't think that's where anybody wants it or where it was intended to be.
Coach Campbell and Satak, you've been in both your programs now for 10 years, kind of the dean of the coaches here on set in this league. How have you seen the Big 12? I mean, it was a few years ago, and we're sitting here thinking the Big 12 could be in trouble when Oklahoma and Texas departed to the SEC. It seemed to be expansion and realignment every 3 days. But in your 10 years, how have you seen the Big 12 position itself to where we are today?
Well, I think some foresight a little bit on, you know, even though those rocky times have come, the foresight to be aggressive in adding the right teams into this conference. And I think, you know, the additions that we made over the last 4 to 5 years have helped us steady the ship during a really rocky time. And not even just the quality of football program, but the quality of universities that have come into the Big 12 over the last 3 years. I think not only has it added great value in football, but it's also added great value in terms of the integrity of the Big 12 right now.
Well, I think the level of leadership we're seeing from the Big 12, specifically from Commissioner Yormark, has been amazing. The innovation and creativity. So it fits along with what we're trying to get done on the field, and it's an easy thing for us to do. I mean, we're going into our 3rd year in the conference, but it's what our fans base have been waiting for this entire time, and I feel like we've been here the entire time, and we're loving it. So. We're honored to be in this position and to be partnered up with such great coaches and universities, and we're excited about the season.
In a candid roundtable, and maybe you were asked this question this morning, maybe you weren't, but I want each of you to go down the line, and Kenny, we'll start with you. With where we are now in player movement, What candid conversations do you need to have with a player who might consider leaving or who might try to do something else? What conversations are you having with your players now that you weren't having 2-3 years ago?
Yeah, to be honest, not a lot. We returned almost everybody. Not many people wanted to leave the program. I think if you pour into people, they feel obligated to pour back into you. So I think our program's built on retention, not acquisition. I don't want to win recruiting rankings. I don't want to win social media. I don't want to be the #1 team in the recruiting. I want to be #1 in retention. I want our players to know if you come to our school, we are going to take care of you. Mm-hmm. That's it. So what conversation do I have? If you come here, I'm going to take care of you. That's it. And that's the conversation we have, but we don't have much movement unless somebody is a senior, junior, and wants to start, and he's maybe second or third on the depth chart. And I say, listen, you're not going to start for us. We have a guy returning. If you want to play college football, let me help you. Get you to Memphis, where a guy I worked with is the head coach. We had 2 guys in our 2 deep leave. Both of them went to go play for people I coached with that I consider mentors, Florida State and Memphis. I helped them get there.
Coach Aranda.
I thought the first portal window of this past year, I felt like, hey, we've got some opportunities for guys to come in and contribute, and I felt that throughout. Just everyone was kind of in, hey, we're kind of the hunter mode. We're trying to fill some spots. We're losing guys are declaring, or guys are stepping away from football, whatever it may be. I thought in the second portal window, I felt very much like we were the hunted. There's so many of our players that were coming to me or to us and saying, hey, that there's this much money being offered to me, and I'm going to go. They're talking about me going to this league or that league, and it was it was a consistent thing just about every day. And so to be able to kind of get through that, I think we had one departure. I think speaks to what was just spoke about. I think that you have to have relationships, and it has to be bigger than football, because when the times get tough and the storms come and everyone up here has been through all of that, it's the people are the only thing that are left.
Yeah.
And they're the only thing that are real. When all that stuff happens, the money that you're making doesn't even enter the equation. And so I think to have it where it's relationships and it's truth telling and it's transparency, and I think the people can feel when it's just transactions that are happening.
Coach Frost.
I agree with everything they said, but there's a limit to everything. If some other network offered you 4 times as much to go work for them.
I'm out. Sorry, ESPN. See ya.
Exactly, and that's where if we know what the limit everybody can spend and everybody's working with the same resources, I think you'll see a lot less transferring and a lot less movement, and that'll be good for not just college football, but for the young men themselves.
Coach Satterfield.
Yeah, very similar. I think obviously we want to retain our best players and the players that are doing the right things, but I do think honesty comes into play. I do think the way you treat your guys, hold them accountable, be disciplined with them, but be honest with them. And, the players that have left are guys that want to start, second, third year guys that want to go play somewhere and start. And I think that's what you want. That's a healthy program in my opinion, but it's mainly taking care of your guys that have done all the things that correctly for your program.
And Coach Aranda said something interesting, Coach Gamble, about the portal window. It seems to me that opens a lot for interpretation for getting your roster set, allowing these players to leave. I think it's absolutely insane that there was a team in the college football playoff that their backup quarterback hopped in the portal to get there in time for the new semester. What needs to happen in these portal windows to make it uniform to where we're not having players leave during the playoff or during big bowl games?
Yeah, and I know Chris is on these committees that works really hard to kind of, help coaches and help programs kind of align the calendar the correct way. And I think we've talked about this as a Big 12 coaches. Obviously, you'd love to have one portal window. I think every coach in America would want that. I think the reality becomes is our ability to get this calendar right. I don't think it's fair for college student athletes. I think Notre Dame and Ohio State, both their players played in the championship game, and Ohio State's already 3 weeks into the second semester. Notre Dame flies home, and their kids are going right back to campus. I think the reality of getting our calendar correct, helping one calendar window, finding at the right time for the transfer portal to be open, probably some point in January, and then helping us have that opportunity then to build our football teams from there. So I think we still have a lot of work to do in college football. Get the calendar right in terms of the season. Get the aligning the player acquisition correct for everybody involved, and then getting the time to prepare our teams to get ready to play. And getting those three things right, I think, is critical for college football to be successful.
You know, Coach Kleiman, since you are in on those committees, what's the biggest prevailing question, concern that I think comes up of some of the things we've talked about up here?
I think the number one thing, and Matt said it, we have to have one portal window. We have to have only one portal window. We got to find the right time for it. There's a lot of arguments on when that right time is, but there's got to be just one portal window, and it's got to be built around the entire calendar. And whenever that portal window is, and unfortunately we're not going to decide that, it's going to be other people, but when that is decided, we're going to try to open up a calendar so that you're not locked into spring ball. Spring ball needs to be OTAs. And if I've got everybody back and I want to do everything in March and April for 15 practices or 20 practices, let me have it. If Joey loses a bunch of guys, he gets all his guys in whenever that portal win is, May or June, and he wants to do those things in June, let them do that. We're all smart enough here. We're not going to go bang heads and go full padded practices in the month of June. But that's something we don't get right now, is on-field practicing of coaching in the summer, and we think it needs to change. And that's something that's part of the portal window. We just need to have more of us coaches involved on these committees.
Coach McGuire?
Yeah, I totally agree. I mean, I think whenever you start asking, I haven't been in college football as long as these guys have, and you start asking, well, who came up with this rule? And you go, well, you have this one coach on this one subcommittee, and you call him, and he's got one vote, and everything else is administrators or anything like that aren't operating in this daily world that we operate. And so I think that's really important that we have more of a voice. And then with that, again, like somebody asked me today, who knew that the national letter of intent, whenever you sign that, didn't mean anything anymore? Like, we need to have rules that are enforced, but we also need to have real contracts that have teeth in them, to where you can sign a kid and have a multi-year contract and they're feel good about that. Like, there has to be the blanket rules that are enforced. And I think if coaches are more involved in that, then you're going to have something that you can operate, because that's the world that we live in every day.
When it's all said and done, they're still amateurs. It's an amateur sport. I know rev share. There's some things that we're doing that it's a professional model, but there's still young people that are growing to become adults.
Yeah.
And the focus of the development is academic, not just only football. Getting the degree is a key, but also allowing them to develop. And I think sometimes when money enters, they're forced to grow up a lot faster than what they're ready for.
Yeah, look, and it's going to be an ongoing conversation, and we need to get the adults in the room that are there day to day to get it fixed, to get the sport we all know and love back to health. I think, you guys done with media? What's next for you? Your breakout sessions? What do you have? You all look thrilled to do it. I can't wait. Gentlemen, thank you for your honesty in the roundtable today. It's been a pleasure talking with each of you on ESPN, and we'll do this again tomorrow with the 8 representing coaches tomorrow afternoon.
Thank you, Matt. Greatly appreciate wrangling and talking to 8 different head coaches. It's not an easy job. We'll have more action and more interviews coming to you from Big 12 Media Days when we return.
Next break, let's make sure we look at Sawyer's plays real quick. Cool? All right, and just roll it on the clear. We'll get it all taken care of. All right, buddy. So what we're gonna do? We pulled some clips, do a quick telly, then you can kind of walk us through it. Cool? Okay. Super easy. These are all great clips. Okay. We don't pick bad plays.
Okay.
Ever. All right, so am I taking out a break?
You have him? Okay.
Yeah, I got him.
One of my best games I had.
Yeah, that's why we chose it. It was a good one.
Thank you.
Got a little.
I got it.
Sounds good.
I'm tossing you right, correct? Okay. And you want us to react on the back? Back in Dallas and ready for our first quarterback breakdown of the day. Here's Greg McElroy with K-State QB Avery Johnson.
We're here with Avery Johnson. What a great first year. So many awesome moments, so many things to learn from. But after 1 year of playing as the starting quarterback at the Wildcats, man, how much more comfortable are you heading into year 2?
Way more comfortable. Super excited. Just the maturity and growth you have just playing 1 year as a starter. I definitely think it'll show with this year to come.
Isn't it wild? Like, don't you feel like a different guy that second spring?
Yeah, it's just a different feeling. Things slow down. You have more knowledge of the playbook, and things just kind of come more natural.
Well, it's awesome. We pulled some great clips, and I thought there were so many good moments last year that you got to feel really excited about building upon. We took some from your West Virginia game. You played your tail off in that game, I might add. And now looking at kind of what you want to improve on heading into this year, pre-snap recognition, understanding defenses, making sure everyone's on the same page. How far along do you feel like you are compared to where you were a year ago?
I think I'm a lot farther ahead than where I was last year on all those things, and now it's just being better post-snap and making plays after the ball is snapped, and just taking my pre-snap knowledge and using it to execute the play.
All right, let's go through a few. Can we do it?
Yes, sir.
You good with that?
Yes,
These
sir.
are all really awesome plays, by the way, so
All
don't be concerned that we're going to pull the good, bad, and ugly clips, because these are awesome. We'll start here on a 3rd and 6, all right? Critical down and distance, as you can see right here, all right? 3rd and 6, big down and distance, but I love how you work up in the pocket on this play, all right? You get a rush off the right-hand side, your left, backside, they twist inside, you step up, eyes downfield, C-man coverage, out-breaking route, very accurate. What'd you do there, man? It was awesome.
Right here, just staying balanced, and we work this drill in practice a lot. Quick pocket movement, keep your feet under you, get the ball out. But this is just a pure progression read. He opens up on my second read, and that's just giving him a ball and letting him do something with it after.
Thing of beauty. And movement in the pocket I really liked, too. There were a few plays from last year, too, where I feel like the pocket really collapsed. We'll look at one here in a second. The pocket collapses around you, but it looks like, to an extent, on this play on 3rd down and 8, it looks like you kind of have to make an adjustment in pre-snap. Looked like you talked to your offensive line. You got the in-breaking route, but what I really like is how you negotiated this robber defender. You keep those eyes downfield. You know you got to get rid of it on time. This play is going to be quick because that guy's running right out underneath it. You beat him to the spot and you deliver an accurate ball, but your eyes vertical here to begin with is huge to hold that safety.
Yeah, right here, just versus this look, we have a kind of a hitch pivot going on to hold that underneath defender, and then a great route right here by Keegan and just finding the hole. But just keep my eyes downfield to hold those linebackers and safeties for a count to make the window bigger and easier to throw in.
And that anticipation, too. It feels like I could tell in some games where it's like, all right, you knew exactly where you were going with it. Even though you started your eyes downfield, you knew you were throwing that hitch, that you know that hitch was going to hold, that pivot's coming right around it.
Yes, sir.
I mean, it was awesome, man. I love this next play. This is my favorite one because it's not pretty. It's not perfect. Things are actually catastrophic from a quarterback's perspective in the pocket. Watch how this pocket just absolutely collapses around you, and yet you still keep your eyes downfield, and there is a defender that is drifting underneath the comeback to the outside. This is a hard throw. The pocket's right in your lap. You kind of feel things getting a little bit crowded, and yet you negotiate the underneath flat defender. This is a thing of beauty right here, bud.
Yeah, this is just kind of being on the same page with the receiver. He decided because he had a guy underneath, he had two options, could go or hook, and he decides to go and then kind of feels a guy over top of him as well. So that's just credit to J-Jack right there, kind of being soft in the hole right there and then just kind of layering a ball over and letting him go up and get it. But, yeah, it's more credit to the receiver than to me right there.
Yeah, well, yeah, you can get a little credit, too, because you slid left just to buy a little bit more time and a little bit more space to be able to fit it in there. And this last one I love, too, because you saw in the pre-snap the safety was a little low. All right, you might know what play I'm talking about. I bet you do, because every quarterback remembers big touchdowns. This safety right here is what? I don't know, 9 yards from the wide receiver. What do you decide to do? You know, I'll just go double move, no problem, right over the top. You know exactly where it's going before the ball's even snapped. In the pre-snap, you had to have known this was dialed up exactly what you were looking for.
Yeah, everything about this play, it's funny because everything about this play is wrong. Like, I'm reading the linebacker, and usually he's supposed to fit for us to get a pull read. It's supposed to just be an RPO. Guy doesn't fit, but I'm reading past my hip, which I'm not supposed to do either, and our coach just says, write the check, cash the check. And right here, just making a big throw, big-time catch, and run after. So wrote the check, cashed the check.
Well, it's like we say in golf, you don't have to draw a picture on the scorecard. That one you can just write 6.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? That was a touchdown. It was a thing of beauty. So much to build on from last year. You got to be excited.
Yeah, I'm super excited.
Well, we're excited for you, buddy. Best of luck this year, and we look forward to seeing you play.
Thank you. I appreciate it.
All right, we'll get it back to you, Katie.
Thanks, Greg. Thanks, Avery. How'd you like our first quarterback breakdown? Pretty good from both guys.
I thought it was fantastic. And how about that purple suit? I mean, how good is that with the flow and the locks? And
I'm told that it matches his lavender Corvette that he drives around town.
Yeah.
So purple's his favorite.
And rightfully so. I mean, he should, carry that swag around. I mean, listen, Avery Johnson's one of the best quarterbacks in the conference, hands down. There's no question about that. He's a dark horse Heisman candidate. It was really interesting to hear him talk to Greg about his growth pre-snap and how the game is starting to slow for him. And that's a really common thing for quarterbacks headed into year 2 as a starter, just like Avery. You know, as a former quarterback, I can't stress how important it is when that game slows down. That's when you get from just your first read to your second, your third read, your check down. And you just saw there on the film that he can make all the big league throws. Now the question is, can he do it on a consistent basis?
Well, regardless of what the future holds, I think Avery might have a profession in TV one day. Pretty good breakdown from him.
Absolutely.
Breaking down his own plays. When we come back at Big 12 Media Days, we will stop and talk with Baylor linebacker Keaton Thomas, and things roll on over at Greg McElroy's set. We'll be back after this. And I'm now joined by Baylor's starting linebacker, Keaton Thomas. Keaton, so good to be with you. How's the day been going so far?
Yes, ma'am. I'm super thankful for being here. Thank you for having me. It's been awesome, a great opportunity. This is my first time in Frisco, so yeah, everything's bigger in Texas, like they say. So just enjoying the moment.
You look sharp. No green, no yellow in this suit?
So I try to, I'm a color guy, so I like to mix it up a little bit. Of course, I love my green and gold, but this was speaking to me, it was talking to me, and so it came out really well.
I like it. You look great.
Thank you.
When you think back to a season ago, 8-5 overall, how would you just describe the season and what you guys were able to accomplish or not accomplish?
Yes, man. Great question. So the one word I would have to describe last year would be perseverance. Right. We started 2-4. Not how you envision, your season to start. We got to our bye week. We had to find it within ourselves to change what we were told was going to be the rest of our season, the rest of our year. And, we found that. We dug deep, and we came out that pit and, dominated. Got a really good win streak, 6 games, and then, got a really good bowl game. Didn't finish how we wanted to, but still just grateful for everything that came about last season.
What does it mean to you to kind of carry the torch and be the defensive leader that all the guys on your roster are going to look to?
Yes, ma'am. It's a blessing. It's a dream come true. That's something you dream about, when you're a little boy or when you were playing the game and, on your dynasty career or whatever. And so, I'm just thankful I get to lead. I get to eventually pass the torch down to somebody else. And I'm thankful that Matt passed down a lot of really good things to me, and now I get to do the same.
Speaking of Matt, you guys were a two-headed monster. So much fun to watch in the middle. Obviously, you say goodbye to him and his production. Who's maybe a name or a guy that's kind of stepped up and really excites you to possibly play alongside this fall?
Yes, ma'am. Kylan Reed, Travion Barnes, both of them.
Okay.
I think they're the dogs, right? Travion is a guy, he was an all-conference player at FIU, and he came here, and, our relationship goes back a couple of years to junior college, and we met, and we talked about one day playing with each other, and it's possible this year. So super excited for both of those guys. Reed's a young buck, but he's been making a name for himself.
So you will become the new green dot, meaning you have the in-helmet communication with head coach Dave Aranda. What's that like? Do you enjoy it? Do you like having him in his ear? I imagine he's pretty stoic. Yeah. He's not going to get too high or too low in your ear.
Right, yeah, no, that's definitely how to describe it. Coach Aranda's kind of like this Zen master.
Yeah.
So yeah, again, never gets too high, never gets too low, but having him in my ear is going to be awesome. It's going to be cool. Last year was more looking to the sideline, relaying the call. Still be a little bit of that, but now that I have it in my ear, those tempo downs are going to be crucial, so it'll be easier for me to get everybody lined.
When you look forward to this fall, what are the expectations in Waco?
Yeah, so, we have a lot of love, a lot of hype, and I love it. A lot of people have been asking about pressure. Well, I told them, pressure makes diamonds.
Yeah.
one of the greatest sayings in the world, but super excited to show that we are who we say we are. We want to show our fans and the university and, our parents back at home that we're a team to be taken seriously, a team that wants to put fear in our opponents' eyes, and just excited to get on the field and have fun and maximize it.
Well, we appreciate the time, Keaton. Thank you so much, and
Yes,
I wish you the
ma'am.
best of luck this season.
Thank you.
You're welcome. Let's send it over to Greg, who's a starting quarterback, Sawyer Robertson of the Baylor Bears.
Yeah, and what a year he had last year. We're sitting here at media days last year, and we're like, this would be interesting. DeQuan Finn transfers in. But Sawyer Robertson saw a little bit of him at Mississippi State. I know they loved him at Mississippi State, so maybe he might be a role player. And here we are now. You're a preseason all Big 12 type of guy, man. I mean, what a difference a year makes, huh?
Yeah, no, it's cool. Obviously, had a lot of help with the teammates, just the connections I have with the receivers and offensive linemen, and we were able to get the ball rolling a little bit last year and kind of riding that momentum into the offseason and going into this season.
Is it kind of like one of those situations when you're a basketball player? We used to play the game like NBA Jam all the time. You make 3 straight threes, like he's on fire. That's kind of what you were the last 5 or 6 games of the year. It was off the charts. So what was it that you found there at midseason to be like, all right, full speed ahead, let's roll?
Yeah, for sure. Well, even a couple of those games that we lost that were really tight were games that we probably could have won. And so in the back of our heads the whole time, I feel like we were just like, once we get that first win, it's going to be hard to slow down. And that's exactly what happened after we were coming out of the bye week, beat Texas Tech, and then from then we didn't lose another conference game. Like you said, we just got the hot hand, and especially like offense, defense, special teams, everything was just clicking, and so we didn't really slow down.
Well, it was fun to watch, man, and I pulled some clips, and I had to be choosy because there were so many good ones down the stretch. But I kind of like touchdowns,
Right, yeah,
I kind of like those.
Yeah,
so we start
absolutely.
with those, and we got to the Kansas game, and there were a handful where you're throwing in slot fades down the right sideline that were off the charts good. But one thing I really loved is how you can manipulate defenders with your eyes. This particular play that I pulled, I want everyone to take a look at his eyes and his drop. They are facing this way, which gets influence rolling this way in the defense, but he knows the whole time it's all points bulletin, see ya, 88 and out the gate to the right-hand side. But I love how you can manipulate guys, keep your eyes down the middle of the field, and hit the guy over the top for the touchdown.
Yeah, no, really good. Right here, you can get a better, right there. Kind of just moving the middle field safety. Don't want him to be able to affect the play at all. And so as far as to the left that I could have moved him, I was going to do it just to give Monterey there the best chance of catching the ball possible.
Because in the pre-snap, I'm not thinking, all right, I can get slot fade there because that guy's already cheated.
Right.
Pretty strong to the field.
Exactly.
So I got to move him, and you did so beautifully.
Exactly.
You did it a little later in the game, too, on a 3rd and 1 where you had a check, and then all of a sudden you take the same shot, touchdown, Bears, strike up the fight song. Another thing I love, too, is you're not a guy that's going to just take off and just run. Like, you choose your spots. It's there. You have it. But you choose your spots really, really well, and you don't force the issue when you have to. And this next play I absolutely love. It's 3rd and 7. That's pivotal in this conversation. All right, 3rd and 7, so you know exactly where you got to go. And everybody, because of a wonderful technology at ESPN, you know it's the yellow line. The yellow line's not there on the field. But when you're dropping back, you have a quarterback sense. You know how far I got to go to get. They bring internal pressure. It gets a little bit sloppy. They're dropping out. You can block. But it's 3rd down. You don't.
Yeah, at that point, it's kind of like instincts just take over. You know, you try to get your team in the best possible position. You have an idea of where the first down's at, but like you said, the yellow line's not out there, and so it's kind of just put your shoulder pads down and get as many as you can, and then once you get tackled, you look up to try to find to see if you made it or not, and that's what happened on that play.
Yeah, and I actually noticed, I appreciated even more the level of awareness. You looked exactly in the right direction where the sticks were. Like you could have looked at the wrong sideline. That happens too, and that's always a little embarrassing. But really excited for you, man. Congrats on a great year last year. Know you're going to carry over all that momentum into this year, and I just as long as you can deal with Spavital. Can you deal with him?
I can. Yeah, he's
okay?
a great one.
He's okay. He's fine.
Yeah.
He's fine. Let's not get carried away. I know you're going to have a great year, man. Best of luck. All right, when we come back here, Big 12 Media Days continues on. So much excitement surrounding the Arizona State Sun Devils. The head coach of the Big 12 champs from a year ago, Kenny Dillingham, will join the boys at the set. Both Arizona State grads, by the way. It could get a little homer up there. Be careful. tape right now.
Big 12 Media Days. Arizona State. They put an end to preseason polls. They did one thing right on their way to winning a Big 12 championship. It was that picked dead last a year ago. Young team, young head coach, and all they did was head to the college football playoff in their first year in the Big 12 Conference. Cam Skattebo is gone, but Sam Levitt, Jordan Tyson, the stars at receiver and quarterback are back, which sets the table for Kenny Dillingham and the Sun Devils. And with that, welcome back. That is Kenny Dillingham. That is an all-time great from Arizona State. Brock Osweiler. I'm in a Hall of Fame in the broadcasting school. That's just Greg McElroy. When 3 Sun Devils walk into a bar, what happens? Kenny, good seeing you. How have things changed from 365 days ago till now?
If people are saying good things, they say we're good instead of we suck. The reality is none of it matters. I think that's the best part about sports is you restart every year. What you did last year is absolutely irrelevant to what you have to do this next year. So that's the fun part. That's what the good programs do. They restart.
When you talk about the restart and a season that Sam told me a few weeks ago, he believes that the turn started in the Kansas State game, that's really when the season started to become special. How does that momentum and the leadership you have coming back settle in that last year's gone and now the expectations have gone from who were they to we belong here?
Yeah, I think it's never comfortable. I think success isn't comfortable, failure isn't comfortable. I think at the end of the day, if you're a competitor, you're never comfortable. You're always striving to be better. And I think that was the message to the guys is who cares what the narrative is? If you're satisfied or comfortable with where you're at, you're really a competitor. Competitors want to be better, regardless of how good you are. So I think that's the message. That's the whole goal of this season is who knows if we're going to win the Big 12? Who knows if we're going to win one game? We go 0-12. It's college football. What is the best version of this ASU football team? That's all I care about, the best version of us.
But
no, you don't get to go. Brock gets to go
that's
next.
Fine. My sister, by the way, does have an Arizona State degree.
Okay,
so
you're just next,
it's
but Brock
kind of in the
gets to go.
family. It's in the family.
I like it. Let's jump to Alabama guys. Coach, a season ago, especially early on in the year, everybody was talking about Cam Skattebo. And when you turned on the Sun Devils, you could see that he was really the focal point of the offense. And that's what allowed Sam Levitt to grow. And if you watch him from September to when he was going toe-to-toe with Texas in the Peach Bowl, he just significantly got better and better and better each week. What have you seen from him since that Peach Bowl, now that he knows he is the guy? Because this time last year, he was going into a quarterback battle. So what have you seen in his maturation process and his leadership, and how is he taking the reins of this offense?
Yeah, I think, I brought him in and I said, listen, we got to be more efficient. You got to become a more efficient passer. You're dynamic, you're explosive, you're hard to sack, you throw the ball vertically down the field well. And I think sometimes, you guys know playing quarterback, we leaned on Scat so much that Sam was like our get-out-of-jail-free card. But we did a poor job getting him in rhythm on early downs because it was either get Sam in a rhythm or hand the ball to Scat. And that sometimes hinders a quarterback at the same time as having a good running game. So this year was all about early down efficiency. All spring ball, we probably threw the ball 10x, 5x what we did last spring ball because it was about early down efficiency for our quarterback, being able to get him in a rhythm, being able to control those downs that we're losing in Scat. And I think that's been the challenge I've had to him. And if we can have early down consistency, he may be the only Sun Devil to beat your 4,000-yard record for most yards thrown in Sun Devil history.
I didn't know you were allowed to throw it on first and second down. That's news to me, at the college level at least. It's amazing to see his growth, though, and his maturation. You could tell he's got a swagger to himself. I mean, a little bit. I don't want to say he's like you, but he's kind of like you. Like, he's got an edge, but he's got a little bit of a swagger at the same time. And I think that's necessary as you're kind of building a program to have a guy that's like, I don't care what anyone says, we're going to go get it done. So how has he kind of taken on your personality over the last 12 months and change?
Yeah, I think I've taken on his. I think he's taken on mine. I think we talk about this a lot in terms of people ask quarterback play. I've had 2 good ones in the past. Now Sam, what is that? And I said the biggest thing to do is listen. All a quarterback wants is input. A quarterback wants to feel comfortable back there. So my job is to make him feel comfortable. Where is his comfort zone? Competition. People talking crap to him on the practice field. He grew up with his brother who played safety in the NFL and his dad who played at BYU, talking crap and beating him in bags and beating him in every card game at home. He wants competition. He wants hostile. He needs it. So that's what I provide. Talk crap to him all practice. I provide the hostility. And at the same time, you can have fun doing it.
Yeah.
You can enjoy the competition of that. And then we get together and we talk through plays, and he likes things, he doesn't like things. We take out the things that I like that he doesn't. Because at the end of the day, he's got to take the snap and he's got to make the plays. Doesn't matter what I like, it matters what he likes.
You know, for the past, 20, 30 years, we all grew up in Scottsdale. We all went out there, and we what's the one thing people said about Arizona State football? It's a sleeping giant. And there was sustained success for a couple of years when Bruce Snyder was there, and he took Jake Plummer and then to the Rose Bowl. Then it fell off, then it went up, then it fell off, then it went up. Now is the pressure, Kenny, of keeping the giant awake and just dismissing that conversation. How much of a challenge is that to sustain now what you've proven could be done in Tempe?
It's never been done. Anything that's never been done is challenging.
Yeah.
So we're embarking on a journey of something that's never been done in the history of the institution.
Right.
And that's what makes it fun. Why would you want to do something that's been done over and over again and insert yourself into a system that you already know the result? Which is college football. Most people insert themselves into a system where you already know the result, or you're within one game of the result. I can predict your 4-year career within 4 games of your win-loss record before you play it down. Your value to that place is minimal. Where can you go and stamp yourself in history? We can be a part of something that's never been done.
Yeah.
And we can do it in a hometown, in an unbelievable city. Our guys can learn how to golf, which they're doing, right? And they can do it while having fun, because that's the culture environment, and that's the goal, that's the vision.
So, Coach, to build that culture and to sustain that, you win championships. And we all know, Sam Levitt, Jordan Tyson, these offensive pieces, they've been talked about a lot in this offseason, and rightfully so. But we know that defense wins championships, and that's how you can travel and play consistent football. You return a couple all-conference guys over there, and with Brian Ward as your defensive coordinator, you guys just keep getting better and better. Talk a little bit about that side of the ball.
Yeah, I love our defense. We return, 9/10 starters, depending on how you view it. Back from last year's team. Our defensive ends, we struggled in pass rush. They've both gained over 15 pounds this offseason. 3-year starters for us. We return our entire back end but our nickel. Return our linebacking core. So I feel really good about how we're going to be able to evolve and change. We're a 3-week team. Everybody knows it. Everybody's going to run all the 3-week beaters they could possibly run over and over again. But we struggled when we got teams into passing downs. So we've worked all offseason on how to create pressure on the quarterback, how to create matchups with the fronts, and how to move the fronts around. So that's what I'm excited about. I'm excited to see the changes and the tweaks that we've made that these guys have bought into to make us better than last year.
Look, you wouldn't be, we've talked about this before, but my phone blew up yesterday when the new Adidas uniforms came out and Sparky's back on the home lid. So on behalf of college football fans and everyone, oh, look at that.
Sparky's back.
We got to take
Sparky's
a shot.
back.
I mean, he's got Sparky inside the blade. We are full
So
Sparky on the helmet. So on behalf of college football fans everywhere, especially Sun Devil Sparky back, Kenny, good luck this season. Continued success. Don't let the giant go back. I don't want to hear that again, the sleeping giant. But a big part of that is going to be the return of their star receiver. For more on that, let's go over to Katie.
Thanks, Matt. I just learned something new about Jordan Tyson. Yes, he was Big 12 Offensive Newcomer of the Year after an incredible season. But you scream kind of like a girl. You sounded like Michael Jackson. He just did a promo for the Big 12. Full uniform. It's on Instagram, so go check it out. Sun Devils Football on Instagram. What was that scream about?
So basically during the whole season, whenever I score a touchdown or do something good, me and some of the guys would just come up and do the girliest scream we could, while we're flexing like some big guys. So that was just something we did during the season, and I kind of just brought it here.
Yeah, he's deep in the comments now. A lot of laughter, that's for sure. Obviously, Jordan, last year was so much fun to be a part of, I'm sure. I know it didn't end the way that you wanted, given the collarbone injury right before the Big 12 title game. But just how would you describe last season overall for this team?
It was amazing. I think we just have a group of guys that love each other, and we made some things work. The collarbone thing, it happened. I think everything happens for a reason. I'm a big believer in that. I had the knee injury too, so I kind of already got a feel for how injuries were, so I didn't let my mental go. I kept my physical up, so yeah, I feel like I responded way better.
When you think back to missing the Big 12 title game and then ultimately the Peach Bowl as well against Texas, were there any lessons that you learned during your time out of the game?
Oh, for sure. I learned that I'm really stronger than I think. I learned that I can really face everything full head of steam and be perfectly fine. So I learned I can come back from anything, and shoot, that's just a testament to everybody on our team, for real.
I had the luxury of covering the Peach Bowl down in Atlanta. That second half comeback was unbelievable. It was an instant classic just in terms of college football games. What do you think that says about this team's culture and the culture that Kenny Dillingham has helped create, given the way that you guys were able to respond in that second half against Texas?
That's all Kenny talks about is response. Last year we had to respond to failure, us being last on the totem pole. Now this year we got to respond to success, us being first on the totem pole. So just responding to everything.
You guys say goodbye, obviously, to Cam Scatterbo, but you return quarterback Sam Levitt. How would you describe your relationship with your QB and the chemistry that you guys have on the field? Because it's apparent to us watching.
Yeah, definitely. Just two guys that have a good feel for ball. We compete at everything. We don't like to lose, so we're just very similar in a lot of ways. So yeah, it just works out on the field.
Speaking of that competition, who's the better basketball player?
Oh, me for sure.
For sure.
Hands down.
Hands down. Okay. Well, I wish you the best of luck this season, Jordan. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Yeah, best of luck. All right, let's send it over to Greg McElroy, who is with, in fact, Sam Levitt. Greg?
Sam Levitt, the preseason Offensive Player of the Year here in the Big 12, and rightfully so. What a great year you had last year. Coach Dillingham said that he likes to kind of fire you up by being hostile. And he was literally just talking smack about you on camera. What's the deal here, man? Walk me through it.
Yeah, I mean, me and him, he likes to think I'm a pretty cocky person, so he's always trying to rile me up and do something to make me mad, and in practice during routes on air, he's saying I'm going to throw a bad ball. During team, he's going to say I'm going to throw a pick, and I turn around, I'll blow him a kiss or something, or say I thought I was supposed to play bad today, after a good day. So it's just a friendly competition, and gives me a little bit extra juice during practice.
Well, it's amazing to watch the growth and maturation from last year, kind of where things were, how you were kind of inserted into the offense, and then as kind of time went along, you were asked to do more, and then just elevate your play as the season went along. How much more confident are you this year heading into the season knowing you are the undisputed dude and knowing how high that ceiling became at the end of the year?
Yeah, I mean, just from the beginning of the year to the end, I feel like my progress was night and day. And, I don't know if it was necessarily my knowledge of the game got so much greater. I definitely grew a little bit, but it's comfortability within playing the game. Under that stage, commanding an offense, things along those lines. So now the fact that that's the base, it's just going to be an ascending trajectory from there. And just all the guys who are going to be bought into me and listen to me when I say things, and the checks that I'm going to get to and command of the offense. I'm really excited just to run the show.
Well, it's going to be awesome, man. Look forward to it. We got some plays that we pulled. This is from the Big 12 title game a year ago. Really nice game for you. And I want to look at this first one. This is so much of what y'all do. A little misdirection, utilizing your skill set as an athlete, as a guy that can run. Just stretch zone is the look. Out, but you actually go with a little bit boot naked. But what I love most about this is how you could take the underneath guy. You could. And I don't think anyone would fault you for doing that. Instead, you try to decide to hold on it just a little bit longer. You bait that flat defender to come up just a bit to buy a little time to get it over the top, man. What are you thinking about here?
Yeah, I mean, if you go to the wide view again, I come out and I can't remember if they're in quarters or three high. I just know the flat defender is going to be the nickel. So I'm really just high-low off him, make sure the corner's high. And I told Melquan to take it high over him. So, I know that he's going to do his job and just come out, and I try to pull him down on the slide. And, we end up making a pretty explosive play early on in the game.
It was a fantastic play. I mean, one that was just an absolute beauty. I love this next play as well, because this is a really nice fake, kind of throw things off the back foot. This is 4th and 1. I imagine you probably remember the play, right?
Oh, yeah.
4th and 1. Everybody in the world is thinking Scatterbo here.
Yeah.
Like all day long, including every single one of these defenders. Watch the reaction over the top by the defenders and how you're able to just sneak one right off the back foot. But you do have some internal pressure. You had to kind of throw a fadeaway jumper, man. Walk me through it.
Yeah, so we're in 12 personnel, but it's heavy. We got a lineman in playing tight end, and we motion him in. And, when we've done that throughout the course of the year, we've just kind of gave it to Scat. We're running a guard pull power play here. So I'm just really trying to sell the fake, and our slot receiver is just going to go up and kind of fake block and then run by the safety. So I just got to pull the safety down enough and let him get some separation and let him run under it. Great play call on the situation.
Is that one where the guy's like a little bit too open? You know what I mean? Like,
for
it's
sure.
the
You
worst feeling.
You just don't
I
want to
wish he was a
overthrow him.
little covered. You know what I mean? Like, just make it a little bit more challenging. He's a little too wide open. This last one I thought was maybe the throw of the game. And people are going to look at it, and those that are unaware are going to sit there and say, all right, it's like a little slot fade. It's no problem. You have 8 yards to work with right now. You're at the 8-yard line, which means you got to get the ball up and down to the back corner of the end zone really, really quickly, and you do it really well. And your trajectory is kind of flat, but with enough to get it over the defender. This is an unbelievable throw, dude.
Yeah, we came out and we actually put this run plan for this 3 down front, and we call it a Cuban. It's counter, but we're pulling an extra guy, so we got 3 guys pulling. We have a man zone alert to the field. We're running a slot fade from our slot, and I told him just all week just to run to the corner, and I was going to put it out there for him, whether it was going to be back shoulder or under. I just told him adjust to the ball. So I liked the matchup, and I just let it fly and trusted my guy, put it in a spot.
It was a great throw, and I think, too, it's getting it up and down that quickly to the wide side of the field from the left hash. That takes a long time for the ball to get there. You placed it perfectly over the top. Most guys are throwing back shoulder there. He's going to run out of room.
Yeah, you got to get it up quick.
You threw it over
sure.
the top. I don't know how you cover it. I don't know how you do it, man.
No doubt.
I know plenty more of those great plays coming up for you this year, man. Best of luck, and we're looking forward to watching.
Thanks, man. I appreciate it.
All right, let's get it back to another Sun Devil in Matt Berry.
There's 2 of us up here, 2 Sun Devil. Look, all things considered, everything coming back for Kenny and ASU. I know there's a lot of teams that can win the league, but you would have to say right now the favorite to repeat as Big 12 champions.
Absolutely. 17 returning starters, and you get that man back. Sam Levin, you can see his confidence is infectious. His teammates feel it. The coaches feel it. The fan base. Arizona State, they're going to be tough to beat this year.
It's going to be fun to watch this league in general, especially the Sun Devils. And I said it's the year of the quarterback in the Big 12. That's how we're going to wrap up today's show with Rocco Becht from Iowa State. He's one of the leaders of that program. He's one of the leaders of this league. It seems like he's been playing since the Obama administration. He's back for more. Rocco Becht joins us in our Big 12 coverage live from Frisco.
12 Media Days here, 2025. We are here in Frisco, Texas, and I've been joined the last few segments by some great quarterbacks. Another one up here in Rocco Beck, quarterback of the Iowa State Cyclones. It feels like you've been the starting quarterback for a long time now.
It has been.
You've seen a lot of football, man,
Yeah.
so you're the vet here in the room.
Yeah, I think over the past couple years, I've been able to watch, really my first year, just watch and learn the rights and the wrongs, the do and the don'ts. And I think that's progressed me and made me succeed in the past 2 years. And, now it's like you're looking up to all the guys above you. And now you're like the junior, senior type of guy where everybody's looking up at you. And so I think it's a great opportunity for me and a lot of our players on the team to have that leadership role now.
Well, it's funny because I remember watching you as a young player, knowing your dad and having him work with us and knowing him coaching the UFL and the XFL. I'm like, you got to see my kid. He's got a chance. I'm telling you. I'm like, I can't wait to watch him. So you got your shots. We were watching closely at ESPN. I was so amazed at how you've grown now in the comfort level within the offense. You just have such a plan every time the ball snaps. We don't see that very often, but that's been a big spot of growth, I feel like, from you the last couple of years. How does it feel?
For sure, and I think going into this year now, it's going to be my first year having the same OC for the past 2 years, and I think nothing's really changed at the most part, but it's kind of sort of been the same offense. So like you said, I've been able to be more comfortable in it, and last year I felt really unbelievable in it. And it's a credit to the coaches for putting me in the right positions, showing me the read, showing me the routes, how it needs to be ran, and just understanding all of it. They make it pretty easy on me, and so I'm able to go out there and execute the play.
Yeah, well, we pulled some clips, and there were a lot of really neat moments last year throughout the season. Could have taken any games. I took one from Utah because I just love their defense. And if you can play well against Utah, you can play well against anybody. I want to pull these first play, and what I love about this one is when it's Utah, you're going to get a heavy dose of man. I mean, you're going to get pressure, you're going to get very vertical rushes, and you're going to have a lot of mano-a-mano coverage. But when they're in man coverage, who's covering the quarterback? Nobody. No one. You decide that pretty quickly. You don't take time. The motion gives away man, and you take off, get vertical.
Yeah, for sure. Here, first of all, I'm looking at that motion, see if it's man or zone. He runs across. Understanding that Jalen's covered here, so I tried to get off that. It's called an across-the-board read, so we call this ATB. And I'm kind of just going left to right here, and it wasn't sort of open. I saw a pocket in the middle of the field, like you said. Rushers came up off the edge and decided to get yardage real quick and get down.
Yeah, what I love too, but yeah, get down.
Yeah.
Right. Avoid the big collision. You slid and you put back to it too. I mean, so just they got no piece of you there, so that's a good one. I love this next one as well. I love how quick the ball came out on this one. You see internal pressure, and this is an in-breaking route. And with this in-breaking option route, it can get a little dicey, especially when you have a backside drop defender. You not only see it quickly, but the ball comes out so quickly that the backside defender cannot get under this option route. You put on the back hip too to give you just a little bit more room between that dropper on the inside and the receiver.
Yeah, that's a choice route to the boundary that Jalen ran. We like to get him in the backfield or on the ball in that slot, and so he really has an option of going outside, inside, or really sitting it. And it was man coverage. Nobody was on the inside. Linebackers were up. Decided to break in, had to get in there quick, like you said, before that linebacker came across.
And he bodied him up, too. I mean, hey, right there, body it up, because if you put it too far out in front, he's getting killed.
Exactly.
If you throw it behind him, the back defender might make a play. Now, this last one might have been my favorite play of the entire game. It's 4th and 2, not a critical down and distance, still midway through the first quarter. But when you're in the plus territory, this is potentially points if you don't pick this thing up. You see immediately condensed formation, all right? So everything's really, really tight. You know that if this back jumps flat, you got it right now. You waste no time whatsoever. Like we've talked about, heavy man coverage, backs are a winner. They pass it off poorly. You have them out in the flat, accurate ball with a nice catch and run.
Yeah, mesh concept here. We knew that if we were to get in a condensed set, that they were going to play man, and we were going to be able to confuse them with the running back going out into the field fast. And I think they did a good job here of setting some picks for our receivers and getting the running back out quick. And like you said, it's just a quick step drop, giving it to him when that linebacker gets picked.
Yeah, you got to be proud, man. I mean, the growth has been tremendous. It feels like the sky's the limit this year. Some new weapons that you'll have at your disposal, but good run game, good offensive line, good tight ends. You'll be in really good shape, man. Excited for you.
I appreciate you, and yeah, we're excited.
Yeah, it's going to be a great year for Iowa State, trying to repeat last year's performance this year, finish the deal when they get to the championship game. Speaking of finishing the deal, we will do that next here. Big 12 Media Days, day number 1. We will put a bow on it here from the Star in Frisco, Texas.
You know, all good things must come to an end, but lucky for you, there's day 2 of Big 12 Media Days here in Frisco. Brock, started with you, kind of surmise today.
Yeah, you know, I think the thing that really stands out to me and what makes me excited about the season in the Big 12 is the quality and depth of quarterbacks that this conference has. You know, Greg just interviewed a number of them, and I'm looking at it, and we all know this as football fans. The game is going to be as good as the quarterbacks on the field, and there's no shortage of them in the Big 12, and I can't wait to see these guys play.
I think we just went through coach after coach. It's like, well, they could win it. They could win it. They could win it. It's like, what? Like, I think the strength of the league was on full display today, and it will be again tomorrow. It's just the depth is it's just unbelievable. I mean, it's so good. It's so compelling, and I like this league a lot because there's a lot of really intriguing storylines. Whether it's a coach getting his first shot like Kenny Dillingham, or a player that is on his second spot like a Sawyer Robertson and didn't work out at Mississippi State. Now he's at Baylor. He's lighting people up. Like, I just love some of the stories that have come out of this league that we'll be celebrating.
And same
for
with
a while.
the coaches. Scott Frost going back to UCF. What happens now?
Rich Rod returning to West Virginia, which, by the way, he's tomorrow. If you just go back in history to how the Rich Rod thing ended at West Virginia the first time around, the fact that his name's on that list with the West Virginia logo by it, to me, is absolutely stunning and what makes college football great. So that is the roster for tomorrow. You got Lance Leipold, Kansas. Can they bounce back? Sonny Dykes, TCU, a lot of momentum. 21st year for Mike Gundy at Oklahoma State. Brent Brennan trying to get it right in year 2. Willie Fritz also in year 2 at Houston. Kyle Whittingham, the dean of coaches, along with Gundy. And then prime time at 3:25. Quickly, 20 seconds. Who are you most looking forward to talking to tomorrow?
Prime.
Well, I can't answer that now. I'm going to say Kyle Whittingham. I'm anxious to see what he has in store this season with his youth.
I'm voting Rich Rod because of the return.
Yeah.
An ugly divorce and a
ones.
remarriage. It's good for everyone. For Brock Osweiler, Katie George, that's Greg McElroy and Matt. See you tomorrow.